good morning to day number 2 of the Applied AI Conference 2022. Yeah, with me on the stage, you might have noticed the setup has changed slightly from yesterday. Yesterday we were on site at the Austrian Economic Chamber in a studio. Today on the day number 2, as always planned, we make it remote with remote streaming. This also explains the virtual background. With me, I welcome on the stage Jeanette, my genius co-host from yesterday and colleague at AI Austria.
Thank you very much, Clemens. Good morning to you and good morning to all the participants that joined us for day 2 of our Applied AI conference in sales and marketing today. As yesterday, we have planned a full day with a lot of interesting keynotes, networking opportunities, and a packed agenda with an all-star lineup for you on this day.
Perfect.
I would like to shortly introduce you to the agenda. As you can see, we have an opening and welcome. Then we continue with Sony. So we highly appreciate Sony Labs participating on this day 2. Then we continue with a lot of more interesting keynotes, which you've all see on our day and on our agenda as outlined.
Exactly. As mentioned yesterday, on the second day, we put a stronger focus on startups because yesterday we had like the big established brand names. Today is more like what is the next generation bringing. So you have companies dealing with marketing analytics or sales analytics while taking the GDPR and the AI Act under consideration. Then what is actually especially cool, we have a startup from the Ukraine, which will, if you remember from yesterday, we heard a lot about generative networks, like for the pose, strike a pose, what Adobe was showing, or what Michael Katzelberger was showing, that you have these paintings with generated art. We have a startup from the Ukraine, Anyline, which is pushing the envelope even further because they use generative networks to create a synthetic anchorman like myself. So I'm especially curious how this will look like. Perhaps for the AAIC23, we will already use their system. Then when it goes, besides the keynotes and what you have here written in a different color, in teal, as always, please make use of the networking platform of B2Match. We have several sessions. Just head over to B2Match and make sure that if you have incoming meeting requests that you please accept them, or if it doesn't fit in your schedule, at least cancel them so that the other party knows if you're interested or available or not. Yes, last but not least, I would also like to use this opportunity to point you in the direction if you want to follow future updates, either what AI Austria is doing or ADVANTAGE Austria. Just head over to our respective social media channels or web pages. The same is true for our YouTube channel. So everything you have seen yesterday and everything you will see today will be available later on also on YouTube. Around 1 or 2 weeks later, we always start to cut down the entire stream in individual content pieces, so you don't have to scroll through a 5-hour feed and try to find the correct position. So subscribing, highly recommended. Last but not least, I also would like to thank all the partners we had for this event. These are like international AI organizations like Crow AI and AI Bulgaria. Also our long-term partner Network Development Hub. They were also the ones that made it possible that for a very last minute change, we got Dr. Suhail from the Digital Authority in Dubai, in the UAE. And last but not least, our event crew from yesterday, Apex Film, which did a terrific job of making us look like movie stars. So without further ado, before the next speaker goes online, we start in around 5 minutes. We will play a video loop and see you in 5 minutes with the first speaker. So thank you and enjoy the day. And we're back again. Yeah, it is our very special pleasure to present you the first speaker of the day. It's Michael Turbot from Sony Computer Science Labs in Paris. Hello, Michael, can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
perfectly.
Excellent. Great.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Yeah, the pleasure is on our side, because 2 years ago, when we did the first virtual event, colleagues from yours from Sony AI in Japan joined. It was like one of the first international presentations. And the interesting thing is they were showing computer vision, robotics, and gaming as their core pillars. So it's now interesting to see what is happening in Europe on the music side for AI application.
Great, so, thank you very much.
Could you also please start to share your slides, because I saw them before, you already had them.
Just a second. Here you go.
Yeah, there they are. Perfect. Good. So me and Jeanette will go to the backstage. If something pops up for fixing, we will always come to the stage. We can hear you all the time, and see you later in the Q&A session.
Okay, so great. Thank you.
Great. So the stage is yours, and see you.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Michael from Sony CSL based in Paris. We are here today to speak about AI and creativity, which is always a complicated project when you subject when you associate new technology and creativity. We've been existing for now quite some years. The lab in Paris opened in 1996. There are 4 domains of investigation, which are sustainability, language, data and creativity, and music. Just to understand, I hope that you can see my slides. The music team is trying to imagine and develop the next technology for music production with AI. It's not an easy task. We are working with artists. There are a lot of companies trying to do automatic music, and we are specifying or research into helping musicians with the difficulty of using AI. At Sony CSL Paris, we are specialized in deep learning for music production. We are working with doctors, with researchers, engineers, and we are trying to understand how we can use deep learning to help artists for music production, with the difficulty that, as you may all know, deep learning is just generally known as being a black box. It's difficult to understand it. It's difficult to interact with it. But it's our main research is how can you interact with artificial intelligence and help creators being more creative or being creative in a different way. To start this presentation, I thought it was really important to talk about this song. It's a song that was done by Sony CSL in 2016. We are famously known for this song on the scientific aspect, but we are infamously known for this song in the music and artistic aspect. It was in 2016. For the first time, some researchers here did manage to use artificial intelligence to help compose and co-compose a song. We are still having troubles with this song in the media and the artistic area, since this song was done by scientists. It was put online. The idea was to answer to the question, can we redo a Beatles song without the Beatles? So they did a song. It was announced to be fully done with AI, which was kind of a lie, because AI was actually really used in a pop song. But I would say that there is 5% of AI in this song and 95% done by human, by an artist called Benoit Carré, but it was announced to be fully artificial intelligence. And all the business, all the media were scared that actually Sony was trying to replace artists. So I just want you to listen to it because it's kind of important for us.
Daddy's got a sound so good, like something new. It turns me on. Good day, sunshine in the backseat car. I wish that road could never stop. Down on the ground, the rainbow led me to the sun.
Sorry, I do cut it, but I think that you kind of maybe have felt that it was a Beatles song. The difficulty here is that I used to be working at Sony Music at that time, and the CEO of Sony Music came to me I was a director of innovation and new technologies and was speaking a lot with the people at Sony CSL. He asked me to stop talking to Sony CSL because all the media picked up the fact that there was a lab in Paris who was able to generate music automatically. And when you are a company like Sony, where you have one of the major labels called Sony Music defending artist rights, and Sony Music Publishing, the biggest publisher defending intellectual property of artists, this song was quite complicated for them to deal with in a political way. But it was a scientific project. It worked quite well in the scientific area. It was really important because for the first time, actually AI was used to compose and co-compose pop music. This brings us to our biggest problem. AI technology is known to be replacing humans. We're talking about Skynet, Terminator. You all work in the AI domain, you know that it's not completely true. So the team who did these cars went to another company. We rebuilt our strategy here, and we decided that we needed to understand how AI could actually help creators. Like AI can help many different jobs in the industry, in the normal industry. But here is, can it help creators? And we feel that like the synthesizer or the sampler, it was known to be replacing artists when it was available to the public. It's not true. It's just a new technology. But now the question is, how can you manipulate artificial intelligence, mainly deep learning? It's a black box, and can it assist actually artists during the compositional process? Two different domains on which we are working on, the dialogue between the artist and the AI. They don't speak the same language. Deep learning is a black box. How can you interact with it? And generally, people think that artificial intelligence can actually generate automatic music, which is kind of true. We have competitors who are trying to do that, but we don't see it that way. We don't want artificial intelligence to generate automatic music, where artists would just be curators. They don't want that. We want these artists using artificial intelligence to actually be artistic directors. So there's a big difference between using AI as an automatic tool or using AI as a collaborative tool. So the big question that we are trying to answer to are, what are the good ingredients for such a collaboration, and how can we engage artists to interacting with AI? Knowingly, artists are scared about artificial intelligence. This is what we feel, is that we need to put musicians and machine learning researchers together. We need to have them discuss together. Generally, machine learning researchers are mainly focused on accuracy and complexity, while actually we realize that artists rather have accessible tools and reactive tools. This is important to note. I don't know if you know about OpenAI and Jukebox. They are generating audio. It's quite impressive on a technological aspect, but you need 9 hours to generate 1 minute of audio, which is not acceptable for musicians. And we spend a lot of time with musicians to understand how it works. Also, one big importance is that if we want to do AI and have this AI to be practical for artists, we must work a lot on how to integrate AI within their own workflows. It's not the contrary. Artists don't want to adapt to our tools or prototypes. We need to have our prototypes to be adapted to their workflows. And for some of you, if you have already worked with artists, one artist equal one workflow. So we have to find a way for our tools to work for every workflows. All our tools are about interaction and involvement. We don't want algorithms to replace artists, and we don't want to constrain artists. There's nothing worse than trying to constrain artists to use some of our tools or to use some of our tools that are actually making proposition or generations. They don't want to feel the AI to be overwhelming in their workflow. Therefore, we spend a lot of time with artists. We have a lab, we have a recording studio. And when we develop algorithms, state-of-the-art algorithm, we try to work hard on interfaces. And we work with interfaces with the actual users. And we need to go beyond generate and curate approach. We realize that people don't want that, artists don't want that. I think it's the same for many industries. You don't want a computer to tell you what you have to do. You'd rather have a computer trying to give you different possibilities, and it's the human at the end of this collaboration that needs to make the decision. It's an important approach that we are trying to focus on. So now that I have said that, I think that it's early in the morning for everyone. I would like you to listen to some music we did, because it's quite interesting to see, and we'll have a discussion about that later, is that we finally managed to find ways of having artists using our tools, and you'll see different artists, different music. So this is Isabell Claus. She's the youngest conductor in the world. She spent a few months in our lab, and she decided to make the soundtrack of a video game, and using an orchestra. Okay, sorry. So you can see here Isabell Claus. She was the first artist we released actual EP with her. It was released through Sony Music. It's important for us to release this as a first music, because people from the industry and the media saw that we were not just trying to push a button and make some hit singles. It's really creative music. Now you will listen to Wim Therapy. He's releasing the song you're going to listen to today. We are really happy for this song to be released through Sony Music and Sony Music Publishing. And you will see that he's using the same tools, but doing a completely different music. This song is released today. Generally, when we have people listening to this song, they say, okay, but where's the AI? It seems to be just normal songs. So this is our philosophy and our mission and how we see it, is that AI can do a lot of stuff, but AI also cannot do a lot of stuff. So we try to train tools to understand complicated tasks that can get a lot of strong and technical expertise, who can be assistants, who can have personalities, and we are trying to have them to be able to be customized to what artists want. when you try to do that, and when you have artists working with you, they understand that they can focus on their expertise, on their creativity, on their emotions, and they can give a lot of directions, because at the end, what we want is to make sure that when they release music, everything has been their own decision and the AI has not been overwhelming. All this is only possible by interaction and exploration. So today, as of today, we have about 15 prototypes. We try to spend a lot of time with artists to understand where are from the idea of making a song and producing a song to mastering a song to be able to put it on digital platforms. There are a lot of moments where AI can be useful. We have 15 prototypes. We have creative prototypes where we teach prototypes to play instruments, to give ideas. We are working on making some synthesizers, but we also have audio processing and mastering tool to help artists understand how to mix or premix a song without the years of expertise needed to do that, because it's very scientific and it's all about physics and acoustics. I won't show you all the prototypes, but I wanted to show you 3 different prototypes doing 3 different stuff. And all these have been developed with artists because we want them to use our tools. Everything, as I said earlier, is about exploration and interaction, and to make sure that at the end, they can tell to everyone that they have decided everything in the song and that the song is theirs, and the AI has not been overwhelmingly giving decisions or directions. The first one is DrumNet. So DrumNet is the first intelligent drumming assistant. For the first time, you give an audio to a tool, it listens to the audio. We taught the machine to play drums. It listened to a lot of songs with the drum associated. So it's now able to understand what is a drummer and how do you play. And we're trying to use this tool as what happens if you're in the studio with a human drummer. And we try to replicate that, where you are the person who decides everything, and you tell your drummer, go faster, go slower, make something more reggae, make something more hip hop. And it tries to understand what you want, and everything is done through exploration into a latent space for the ones who understand what is a latent space in deep learning. And we are bringing new creativity, because in a few seconds, you're able to make all your drumming pattern easily through exploration, and you can keep what you want and you can get rid of what you don't want. So I'll just show you a quick video. It's quite straightforward. You upload your audio without drums. For the first time, the tool is there are a lot of musicians in the assistants, but there are no tools like that where you can actually interact with the tool and it gives you a personalized or customized drum pattern. Generally, either you do it yourself and it takes hours, or you buy some drumming loops on the internet. But this means that you're taking a loop that has been decided by someone else and which is not customized. The second tool I'm going to show you is a bit different. It's about in painting. We taught an AI to play the piano. So we used available data and legal data. So we used Mozart, Beethoven, and all these pianists. We taught an AI to play the piano to understand what all these people did. And it was more a game for us to do it, is what happens if you take one of your songs that you erase a part of this song, and can the AI can instantly understand what was played before and what was played after, and to make some propositions that are relevant instead of what you erased. And this is the result. So once again, it's all about interaction. The AI is able to make a lot of propositions, but in music, there's not one good proposition. There's one proposition that will be felt good for one artist, as every artist is different. So we did this for a Japanese project. We worked on Mozart, and it's also straightforward. It's all about interaction and propositions. You keep what you want and you get rid of what you don't want. The AI, almost in real time, is able to generate a new part that is relevant into the context, which is what is before and what is after. So a new generation. So once again, it's all about interaction. And here specifically, there's also an IP and legal situation where we are really careful and not using protected material. The data is not completely available. So here the idea was to just teach an AI to play the piano and understand piano composition. And after, it's the user who's responsible of the data he's putting in and with which he wants to interact. I'll show you just one last tool, which is Poiesis. We worked with artists into lyric composition and co-composition. There are plenty of models that are able to generate automatically lyrics, but artists at the end of the day really don't want to be constrained, as I said earlier. So we tried to train a tool to be able to co-compose some lyrics, but here I'll show you just with the text. And the idea, once again, is just to use the AI as a assistant and companion, and where by interaction you can decide what you keep and what you get rid of. It reads the context and it tries to bring you answers. It's not synonyms. It's just another contest to open new creativity because you're stuck into your writing. We have a lot of artists using this tool. And it's really trying to understand where you want to go and to give you new ideas to continue your text. So just a second. So this was the last tool. I won't show you all the tools, but I just wanted you to have a quick walkthrough on the different aspect of how can you be creative with some complicated deep learning AI tools, and how to make sure that at the end of the day, it's always the users who's deciding. The AI is not here to take decisions instead of artists. And this is the slide that you have already seen, which is the big difficulty. We are a fundamental research lab. We change our strategy. We want to be practical because it's useless to make some state-of-the-art models if nobody can use it. It used to be like that, but we realized that artists don't want AI to take decisions. Artists don't want to learn how to code, so we need to make interfaces, nice interfaces. And that's why we finally spend a lot of time in our studio and in our lab with artists, because we need to understand how they work. We need to understand what they want. We need to understand what is too much for them. And they also need to understand what we are trying to do, because they don't understand AI and they don't understand the possibility of AI. So it's always a strong conversation interaction between researchers and the end users, which are musicians. And today we are releasing a lot of music, and it's always interesting to see that all the artists we are working with are using exactly the same tools. And we are always really impressed to see how they are creative differently, because one tool will be used very differently for each artist. And this is what is interesting in our research is that we are not a business. We cannot in the music have answers and good answers. It's very subjective. Music and creativity is very subjective. So how do we feel that we are successful or not? It's only about the satisfaction of the end user. Did we bring something to his creativity? Did we bring something new? Did we open with our tools some new creative ways of making music? Not better ways or not worse ways, but just bringing new creativity, like synthesizers did before, like samplers did before. And today, CSR music is really trying to be artist-centric, which means end of user-centric. And therefore, finally, we are a fundamental research lab. But one of the most important part of our job is to be practical for them so that they can produce music either faster or with just new creative possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and also the musical snacks you played. It was very interesting to listen to collaborative music between artists in AI.
Thank you very much. And do not hesitate to share the Whim Therapy song. I'll put a YouTube link in the comments. It's released today. It's all done with AI. So please spread the news.
Yeah, definitely. This also reminded me a lot, when I was a child and teenager, I played for many years piano. And when you were showing can the AI support, I immediately got reminded, especially of the Mozart track. But from the quality level, this is really cool. I mean, before we go into the audience Q&A, I actually have a first question. The one example you showed with the artist with the video game music, is this music now actually used in a video game?
No, it's not used in the video game. It's an artist. Artists generally in their career are about releasing albums and music and doing promotion. And when they come in our lab, we want them to focus only on creativity. So we don't have and really Lamort, who's a very great composer and a genius person, said, okay, I want to work with you, but I want to do something completely crazy that I would have never done in another specific case. That I want to do a fake soundtrack of a fake video game. And so she did this as if it was a video game. But yeah, no, it's not. It's released, the audio is released and announced as a soundtrack, but it's there's no real video game behind it.
Maybe there could be a collaboration. I mean, not with us, but coincidentally, on one of our last event, we had a gaming company or a startup that is using generative networks to create video games architecture. So for example, you say you want to have a US suburb in the 1950s, the generative network is doing this. Or you want to have downtown Tokyo in the 1980s, and he can create this. So basically you could make a soundtrack for a fake video game and even assets for a fake video game.
Let's do it.
Great. Speaking of questions, we received really lots of questions. So yeah, maybe we start with the first one from Paula. You feed an AI with inputs, it learns patterns, it creates new outputs. Is that inspiration and actual creation? Is that the nightmare for copyright lawyers?
It is. It used to be a nightmare for copyright lawyers, and this is why I wanted you to hear. I wanted you to listen to this Daddy's Car song, because it was done in a scientific and academic way, where they used copyrighted material, which were the symbolic aspect of the Beatles. It was fed with that data, which was almost illegal, but it was a scientific project. It was put online, and everybody thought that that AI was only going to mimic by using IP protected material. So after that, we decided to change all our strategy and to use only legal material. And we are working very closely with Sony Music and Sony Music Publishing now. Why? It's because they investigated or researched, they audited our data, and they realized that as we are Sony, we are really careful about that. So we only use material that we are allowed to use, and they are very vigilant about that. So for the piano, we use, I don't know how to say it, but in English, but like a piano composition that was done more than 65 years ago. So it's now in the public domain. When we work on synthesizers, on how to generate audio, we buy some audio sample pack that we are able to use. We are a Sony company, so there's a lot of data in many different entities of Sony that we can use. It's more a nightmare because if you want to do AI models, you need to have a lot of data. Music data is generally protected, so we need to find we need to be relevant on how we use our data, which is not always the case of some people in the competition, because we are very strongly audited by Sony Music and Sony Music Publishing. So it's also one of our specifics. We need to be completely clear on our use of data.
Which is a good thing, right? So you have it.
Yeah. Excuse me?
You at least have it on your agenda, which saves the lawyers at least 50% of the headache. So you're doing a very good job.
Yeah. And to answer the rest of the question, when Paula says that we feed AI with input, it learns patterns, it creates new outputs. Is that inspiration and actual creation? I would say that it's what we are trying to do exactly what's happening in studios where you have different musicians. If you go in a studio with a drummer, he will listen to what you propose to him. He will try to understand what you want. He will make some propositions. And finally, it will inspire you. And the fact that you can explore, because there's not one good solution to the question of what is a good drum pattern. It's very something personal. Therefore, through exploration, you can have an infinite amount of proposition, and it's the person who's directing this tool who finally at the end decides to keep what he wants, to get rid of what he wants. And through exploration, you can have what we call creative accidents, where the AI, as it's not only doing what you want to do, it can bring new creative things you would have never thought of. And so, yeah, it's really inspiration and not actual creation, because we don't constrain the results. There's an infinite amount of possible results for one drum pattern. To the other question, will AI tools become the next thing for pop music producers like Autotune was? Let's hope that our research can lead to be the next thing for pop music producers like Autotune. I would say that I think that in, I don't know, a few years, AI will be in every tool used by music producers, but not as generating music. This will also happen, but it's another discussion. But will AI tools become the next thing? I would say that every tool in a few years will have AI to help you in doing the complicated and tedious tasks. We are working now on the next vocal effects or style transfers on vocals. It's the next big thing. Hopefully, we'll do something that will be as important as autotune, but let's say that AI will be in every tool in a few years.
Okay, I mean, moving to the next question, which comes probably more from the creative side. How good are machines in creating harmony in music, since the skills of a machine may not be that comparable to kind of like the training of the musicianal ear and kind of like all what a musician feels is harmonic?
Let's say that AI doesn't have emotion, but it's able to understand some very complicated tasks, complicated expertise. If we talk about harmony, even if we speak about piano, let's say that an AI can listen and be trained on much more data than a human can be. But at the end of the day, the AI doesn't have ears and doesn't know what is good or bad. That's the place of the artist. That's our strategy, is that at the end, it's able to make an infinite amount of relevant propositions on the musical aspect, because we should not forget that music is already algorithms. It's about physics and it's about math. So is an AI able to understand and listen to 1,000 or 100,000 songs and keep track of every song and to understand why they are done like that? Yes, a machine is able to listen to much more music a human can do. Are they able to create good harmonies? Yes, but relevant harmonies. Are they emotionally good harmonies? An AI cannot do that. So that's where the artist comes in.
Thank you. I mean, thinking about this may probably play into the part where you say kind of like AI is between automatization and collaboration, and this will probably be the collaborative aspect where you bring in the AI tool and the creativity of the artist.
Exactly.
Following through the next question, will AI become a tool which supports artists like Photoshop does in graphics, or will you foresee it to even compose simple tracks like background music?
Both, I would say. We are trying to use AI as Photoshop does in graphics. To make music originally, you needed to have a lot of expertise in composition. You need to be in studio with very strong experts in engineering, audio engineering, or composition. And Photoshop did actually let people being creatives with Photoshop because everything was easier. The hardware, the software was cheap, and the tool was easy enough to make cool graphics. So we feel the CSL strategy is that we would like to give some Photoshop tools to every musician to be able to be creative without all the tedious aspects that used to be in the traditional way before Photoshop. Do we foresee that it will be able to compose automatic music for illustration or advertisement? Yes, completely. And there are other laboratories working on that. We know that it's going to happen. Now, the big difference is that we feel that the illustration music using AI is already possible. The thing is that it's only about mimicking, because AI is only able to understand what happened in the past. So it will only try to reproduce what has been done in the past. We are trying with our AI tools to let artists invent new stuff, being creative in a different way. And we know that when you constrain artists with new tools, they generally start being creative, because for them, it's like new toys doing new stuff. And AI will not create itself some new music genres or new creativity. But we know that one day artists will use AI in a way we haven't foreseen, and they will be creative and create new and creative music.
Okay. Very interesting. And then the last question, or we have received some more, but the following question is more from a strategic side, because Sony CSL in Paris is, of course, doing a lot of research. And the question is, how does your research affect Sony products? How is the strategic alignment here?
It's not something we are thinking about, we don't have hierarchical ties with Sony Music or Sony Music Publishing. We are just collaborative. Sony CSL depends of Sony Corporate Tokyo, and what we are being asked to do is just to understand if AI can help creators. That's all. We are not a plugin company. We're not a software company. I believe that we are still into a proof of concept period where we need to try to answer the question, can AI be useful for creators and artists? We are not an R&D, so I don't know, and we are not planning into releasing to the public for the moment or tools, because they are only prototypes. And the big difference between a prototype and a product is huge, because there's security, there's RGPD, there's customer service, and we are absolutely not thinking about that. We are just trying to have fun with artists and create the music of the future. But maybe one day, but that's not our role.
Okay, so you're focusing more on the research and tool and development side, and not kind of like looking to market those tools in the near future, right?
We are only researchers. We're just doing AI models. We're working with artists. We absolutely not have a business aspect in our vision or strategy. Let's say that we would be more than happy that one day some people at Sony, from the Sony Music side or Sony Music Publishing side or Sony R&D, realize that we have proven that what we do is useful. But let's say that it stops for the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. I saw we had one last question, which is a little bit of a riddle to me. So the uncanny valley effect in generated music. So I believe this effect has something to do with the kind of like lack of acceptance of kind of like artificially generated music or artificially generated projects or or kind of like creations. Do you feel something similar with a view to music, or is artificially generated music accepted?
Artificial generated music, as I said, is possible, but it's not what we do. We don't generate music. We bring tools to artists with whom they interact and they explore tools, but it's their decision at the end. So it's not generated music. Let's say that it's co-composed music with artificial intelligence. Now, regarding the generated music that other laboratories do or other companies do, for the moment, is it convincing or not? This is very subjective. I don't want to answer this question. It's going to be generated music tomorrow, yes, but there's one very important thing that people and that we realize is that there's a moment where you want to rely on, you want to relate to an artist. It's a message, it's visuals, it's a community. I was a big fan of Nirvana. I had some Nirvana patches because they represented something politically, they represent something even geographically. For me, it was important. So will somebody relate to automatic music strongly? I don't know. I don't feel really that way, but generated music will be realistic in a few years. It's already being investigated into illustrating some music on Instagram or YouTube, free, royalty-free music. But for the moment, is it convincing? I don't know. Do I want to listen to it myself? Absolutely not. But it's not our mission once again.
Okay, so thank you very much for answering all these difficult questions and giving us an intro to AI in the music world. I'll hand over to Clemens. Do you have still some open questions?
100. No, not really, because when I saw the copyright question, actually, you know that we have a video loop where we're saying how is the agenda and thank you for tuning in and so on. And the background music we're using there is AI generated. The reason is to avoid any copyright claims, because on YouTube, even if you have like a 1 second segment that sounds like a track, you immediately get a copyright claim. So this is something I see. But a question that would interest me is Jesus, there's a construction yard starting. What is the end goal in terms of AI in music So when we talk about generative networks in graphics, it's stock footage, it's videos. When we talk about very large language models like GPT-3, I could say for GPT-8, the goal is definitely that you have a human-like chatbot, that you have human-like written text. But I imagine for music, this is far more difficult to achieve because it's emotional. It's not just on, let's say, on an effect-driven level.
Yeah, I think that's it. We have hours and hours of discussion of what is creativity and how do creators use tools to being creative. Will you be able in a few years to generate a personalized song, do it yourself? The AI will generate it for you. Yes, I'm sure that it's going to be possible. But once again, is it something that you want to relate to? I don't know. I still don't know. Technically, generating a song in a few years will completely be possible in a professional song. Once again, it's not our strategy. We're not working in this direction. We are just trying to have artists use our tools and to approve our tools. 2 years ago, they were scared. Now they want our tools. Why? Because they see that our tools are helping them by being either creative differently. Our tools are not meant to take a bad song and turn it into a good song. It's a co-composition. That's why it's always difficult to explain to people or media what is AI in music, because they generally ask me, can I listen to the song before you have put your AI tools in it? But this is impossible because from the beginning to the end, the AI is everywhere, but the AI lets you have new ideas, brings you things you would have not thought of, and it's always a question and answer about everything. So it's impossible to put like an Instagram filter on a song to see how it was before and after. It's like being in a studio with people you are with who have other expertises than you have, who can bring new ideas that you keep or that you delete, and that's about it. So it's impossible to listen to a song with us where you can have the song before and after. So I don't know if I completely answered your question, but yes, you will be able, like GPT-3 or the new DALL-E model where you can generate graphics. It is really impressive. Now the question is, how are people going to relate to that? How is it going to be used? You can see a lot of business possibilities of using this royalty-free graphics, stock photos, as you said. Yes, but we are in the area of being creative, and we really relate ourselves as Bob Moog, who invented the Moog synthesizer, who brought new possibilities to artists to make electronic music. We relate more to the sampler, who was on a legal aspect a real headache for all the music industry. People were saying that it was going to replace artists because you were just looping songs from the past, taking the good parts and rapping on top of it. It was not creative. People were asking what was the creative aspect of having a sampler. You cannot listen to one song today that doesn't use the sampler. It's being accepted by everyone that it's creative tools and not replacing artists. We feel the same with our AI tools.
Excellent. Thank you very much for providing the insights. Also regarding the link that you mentioned, if you share it with us in private chat, we will disseminate it when we do the send out afterwards. And also today, you know, in this small tickers that you see below, we will also mention it. Excellent. It just arrived in private chat. Good. We will make sure it spreads to the world.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Let's push AI as a great tool for new creativity. That's the point.
Well, let's see. I'm just thinking, I have two left hands. It works in graphics. Maybe it also works in music. I will be your guinea pig. Perfect. Yeah, thanks a lot, Michael. We are just
You're very welcome.
In time. This is an amazingly good usage of your 40-minute slot. Thanks a lot. And yeah, maybe one day when you're in Vienna, we can meet. Then we can show you where the real Mozart was doing composing, not the AI Mozart.
Perfect. And thank you very much for having us. We are always really happy now to show that we are having results, and that there's artist satisfaction, which is our main goal, is to make sure that artists are happy to use these tools. And yeah, so do not hesitate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Have a nice day in Paris.
Okay,
Bye.
and just one last thing. Can you also share this link to people if they are interested? It's our website that details our philosophy and also our tools. And so if anybody is interested, write to us. We'll be more than happy to start the discussion.
Yes, with pleasure.
Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Then transitioning from music to marketing and sales again. Our next speaker, Isabell Claus from Thinkers.AI. Isabella, are you here already?
Yep. There she is. Good morning, Isabell.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thanks.
Thank you very much for joining us and for providing your keynote today from descriptive to predictive sales and marketing. We're already very excited to learn about this, how kind of like AI made this next step from just analyzing and describing to predicting and looking into the future. I think without further ado, we give the floor right to you to start with your presentation. And we encourage the audience to share a lot of Q&As in the question and answer section, which we will address later.
Thank you very much for having me today and for this kind introduction. As you said, it's about applying AI to sales and marketing and very important processes and very important information that makes sales and marketing more effective and more efficient at the end of the day. What are we as Thinkers.AI working on? Well, basically, we say that the web contains a lot of information that we are not making use of enough. So that means there is a lot of information about customers, there is a lot of information about competitors, technologies, ways how to sell and how to market products and services, but we cannot access this information very well. As you know, if you use a conventional search engine for any kind of information, then you get a millionfold results, and this doesn't really help you in business much enough. So it's not a transparency that you get in your interesting topic. It's more a glimpse of what is happening outside in the world. So we said we want to make this information much more accessible to B2B clients. That means our customers are companies of any sector that want to make use of external information, which is a lot of on the web. So how do we apply AI? Well, we pre-qualify search results for any topic. That means we look, is a web source very good? What is content of a link about? And we only deliver what a customer really needs for his business in order to make him more successful and quicker in his reaction. Basically, we don't want AI to be shut in the IT department, more or less. We want everybody to be able to work with it. So we don't want the complexity to show to the outside world, but rather to be very usable and user-friendly tool. So this is what happens in the background using AI doesn't really care. At the end, it's only the information that is focused on. So apart from delivering just information glimpse of a topics, we think we can make much more, and that this means analytics out of web information. So we can analyze what is the hidden information across search results. How can we learn about really customer current needs? So it's daily information, and it's not only a one-time shot that is done once a year, for instance. So focusing on AI in sales and marketing explicitly using web information, we are on a journey to use this information. This is really big data, and make it to smart data at the end of the day. Today, we are able to use web information about in a descriptive style, yeah, what happened and what is just happening and how can we work with this information. Where future goes is more in a predictive way, and we see it in very big companies that are working globally, and they care about, well, it's not only interesting what is happening today for sales and marketing, it's also interesting what will happen according or based on data that is available on the web. And the end goal is even further. So this is where I guess not very many companies are worldwide, but this is a clear goal. We want to see in sales and marketing not only what will happen, but what should happen and how can we make it happen. So this is a journey that is currently going on, and where AI can really deliver a lot of very good information and make sales and marketing much more cost efficient on the one side, time efficient, reduce complexity. But what is even more important is effectiveness of any marketing campaign, of any press release, and so on. A much quicker time to market, quicker time for reaction, and also at the end of the day, what is important for any human being, not only working in sales and marketing, but spending your time really with quality work and not searching for information and getting only a glimpse of what is needed. Coming even more a little bit in detail into sales intelligence field, it's basically the goal is how to sell the right product at the right time for any, or in our case, a B2B customer. So what is behind it is really to build on current information about customers and technologies and worldwide situations, and how to really reduce the mass of data for this purpose. The smallest in the descriptive world, the smallest portion of this is how to get high quality leads, how to do upselling, and how to be really at the right time at your customer. That means very early detection of customer projects, for instance, like in construction industry, knowing that there's a big project going on, be it in Singapore and Brazil. It's possible because you can access web information from any place in the world. On the second level, a quite interesting application is decision maker intelligence. That means people move from one job to the other, and companies always have the problem that they either don't know who's the decision maker, or it changes and they are not aware of it. For instance, pharmaceutical company, they really need to know who are the doctors in a hospital, if they are new, if they take over a position, to whom do they sell their products. That's an example that is really can be covered a lot by external information if you get them quickly, and if you don't have to search, but you really find them quickly. And we're moving more in the direction of predictive in sales, for instance, getting to know much earlier than your competitors, for instance, which customer groups, which regions have experienced a downturn or an upturn. So you can really concentrate your sales budget on certain markets or customer groups. In marketing communications, this is quite a similar way where it goes. And where are we now at the moment? Well, in the beginning of fully automating very manually made processes within a company. Probably some of you know media monitoring is quite an expensive task to do at the moment, because there are people sitting and sorting out media releases about your company or your business. This can be done thanks to AI, fully automated. Of course, it needs to be a very high quality. At the end of the day, it can even be much better than a human sorting out, because also the human makes mistakes, and AI is in this regard has a much better accuracy rate of sorting out things compared to manual work and to very repetitive work, let's say. So that's a very automizing a process within the content within the company. Second, it's also interesting, who are your stakeholders and what are they currently doing? It's always better to know what are your investors, what are your competitors doing every day. So lots of companies do these processes once a year and manually, because it's very exhausting to really have a full picture of it. Using AI, you can make it basically on a daily basis, and you can really fine tune what you need and have all updates just on hand. And also this Marcom intelligence is moving in a much more predictive direction, meaning that you can really detect trends within any customer group based on, for instance, web information, and really think about it, which press releases or which marketing campaigns will have success and a higher return on investment if you know this information before you write a press release, for instance. So there is a lot of information benefit for marketing and communication inside. At the end, I want to focus on a broader space. Also in marketing and sales, you need a lot of research about your customers and about companies. So this is in total a lot of times done very manually, and lots of hours and days and weeks pushed in this research activities. And also AI can pre-qualify here much more data and give you in this respect much more transparency and save at the same time time and costs. Especially if you look at big consultancies, if you get studies from them, that costs a hell of money and is just a punctual, a one-time view on something that is important in your sales and marketing strategy. This can be done basically ongoingly through the whole year with seasonality and all these aspects in. So I guess that's a really big benefit. At the end of the day, many times you don't know probably what there are new companies worldwide within your sector. You don't know their name yet, maybe. So AI is not only looking for keywords like we do on the web and conventional search, but it's always looking for content. So context of a topic. That means you don't even need to know a right keyword that you're looking for, but it can recommend you a keyword because it is based on the content interesting for you, and it should help you to do your business and to go more in a predictive and more in a explorative search. At the end, as all the fields touched before, it's about discovering trends very early, discovering and exploring them much earlier than your competitors, because then you will be quicker and then you will take right decisions and invest your budgets in the right areas. So predictive research is also something that is not only very interesting for large consultancies, but for any company to be more successful than the other and to be very, very successful now and in future. So I want to close this small input in the world of AI applied to web information with one sentence. The web is full of extremely interesting information, but also about 90% are spam in the World Wide Web. So we need to get rid of that in order to use information from the web really as a success factor for sales and marketing in any business. And this means we need AI because the human being is not able to really sort out such big mass of information. And I think the tools are there now. They are starting. I think we shouldn't be in a bubble. So I like still the conventional search engine approach to be really broad in information. And in the morning, I search for something else than in the afternoon, because it's important for my business. Using this information needs to be high quality, high pre-qualified in order to really work with it. But this is really already reached a very good level, and I think it's worth it to make sales and marketing much more data driven and in a very easy way, even if you are a big company or a small company. At the end of the day, I think through AI makes it possible for all to employ it and to be successfully applied. Thank you very much so far.
So there we are. Thanks a lot for the interesting insights, and it's always good to talk with a fellow INITS person. Yes, this is where we
True.
We received lots of questions. That with regard to time, I would directly hand over to Jeanette, and maybe in the end, if time permits, as always, I have lots of questions by myself, but I don't want to preempt the audience.
Okay, thank you very much, Clemens. Let's start with the questions we received. I would start with the first one, which asks, when sorting the results of search, are you taking into consideration people's values, for example?
I think, yeah, this is one part that you need to take into consideration. I think it always depends a little bit on the topic that we are talking about. For some, it's important. It's really very important. And for others, it's more really product driven that we don't use it in a first instance. But yes, in many markets, it's a point.
Which is an interesting aspect that basically already leads to the second question, which is also very product and strategically driven. The audience asks, how much customization is necessary for each customer?
Mm-hmm. Well, all of our customers use the same platforms, they access the same platform. As I said, we don't want to be everyone in the bubble. So it's a search engine approach to really show all the topics for all the customers. So there is no individualization of the overall platform. But if a customer needs a certain topic that we maybe don't cover, then we will very quickly we are able to put it on the platform in a very high quality. Our business model is basically user licenses fee per user per month. It's very flexible, but it's compared to a conventional search engine. We really need to make we need to focus on the user, otherwise it wouldn't work. So we say if we focus on advertisement, then the user is just something that is needed, but it's not in our focus to make money. So I think there's a problem with the conventional search engines in the business model. So we changed it to really having our user as our client, and we need to make him happy or her.
Okay. I would like to continue with the question of Sean, which is very much upvoted, because we all know that Google and other search engines basically make their money by manipulating the search results, or kind of like that you can get higher ranked for some fees. And now the question is kind of like related to, do you think users are aware of that? How to convince them?
It's pretty, so about manipulating, I think we all don't know what is behind the ranking. Everybody gets another ranking of results. You and me, you can get completely different results if we search for the same thing at the same place. So there's a lot of influencing factors in the background. This is something that we completely take out. We really, our focus is on objectivity, and immediately you can see a very big difference between the results. Let's, for instance, take a university has a varied content for your topic. So it would be very important, but you will never find it on Google page 1 because this website is too slow. Yeah, from a technical side, that's a very important factor for conventional search engines. We don't care about the speed of the site, but we care really first of content. Our philosophy is content matters most. So this university page you would find on page 1, probably on Thinkers.AI.
So content is king, which is a very good motto.
Exactly.
It's very funny because I use different search engines, and as you mentioned, the search results for the same topic are always different in all the search engines, and they change, which I noticed depending on what I searched before. So yeah, so much for that bubble. The other question speaks very much from my heart because it's kind of like regulation focused. Kind of like, how do the regulations impact your business model and your product? In particular, web crawling and the analytics part of it.
Well, we do care very much about the EU regulation because we're a European company and we think also in the search engine market, this factor should be considered and it should be made a success factor and not a hindering factor. So yes, for instance, copyright, we only show the maximum amount of letters that we are allowed to show. There is a regulation on this, and I think that's fine. And we link then to the original website, and I think we consider it completely. We just work with public information, so there's a difference in GDPR usage. So all of this, our philosophy in this regard is to make this EU values that we all share really a business value at the end of the day, and not a hindering factor only.
It's very nice to have kind of like a European company as well when we look at all the tech giants, which are basically all based outside of Europe. So, yay.
True. Absolutely true. My heart always beats for Europe.
That's true. And with the regulation, I mean, it might be a hindrance, but it also can be kind of like a product value when you say we are compliant with all these laws. So it may build trust on the customer side.
Trust is the absolute business.
But looking at the last question from the audience, are you?
Wait, I think the connection just broke.
Yeah, I cannot hear you. I can hear you, Clemens.
Good. Yeah, then let me pick up the question. Yeah, it's going in the now strictly technical again. Like, what's on the horizon for Thinkers.AI? Are you taking a closer look at GPT-3, etc., or where do you think the next big thing will come from on your product roadmap?
I think we have a lot of internal development, and this is also very important for us. So we are not dependent on the external technology or external data. We are indexing ourselves. Everyone said you are crazy doing web indexing because only Google, Microsoft, Bing, Baidu in China and Yandex in Russia do it. We started it because we noticed that we cannot work with this, let's say, quality of information that we get from others. And it's now a really big business value because we can really work with this raw data ourselves without asking somebody. GPT-3 and all that, it's a problem if you don't know what is happening behind, but you only get results basically, and you're again dependent on somebody else who doesn't show really what's going on. So we guess the value for our offers and for our company and roadmap lie within own technical development. That means really staying independent and not using tools that we cannot or services that we cannot really understand to the basics. but also to use or to develop strengths, for instance, in non-English services, also non-English delivery of results. English and Chinese are the languages that are covered very well worldwide in any NLP text mining area, but there are so many more languages, like let's take German, and the DACH region is not that small to not care about it. And companies simply need these languages, and I think it's a very strategically very dangerous situation to only think about English and Chinese, but also we should take some others into account.
Yeah. Speaking as a Corinthian, yes. Yeah, because my son is growing up trilingual, but I always tell my wife actually the fourth language is Corinthian. So actually, regarding the indexing and the crawler, I have a question, because what I hear often is, you have hard anti-competitive behavior. This is like no API access and so on. But then there are also market realities where the dominance of one player leads to a situation where this player gets a better treatment, although it just happens. What do I mean concretely with that? In the robots, very often only the Google crawler is allowed. Even Microsoft is already struggling with it. So how do you circumvent this one? That, for example, you're allowed to crawl pages, or how does this affect you?
Well, we usually we accept the rules. We didn't explore this problem as a big problem as of now. Maybe that's to come, but to be honest, Darren, we have the same rules like the others basically, and we are not really in a problem with this. Or we didn't experience any problem with this area yet.
Maybe one question.
Yeah. Please.
One question that came to my mind when listening to your description of Thinkers.AI and the predictive analysis is, what happens if everybody uses your tool and they all get the same predictive insight? So they're all on the newest trend, they all know the competitor information. Is there a difference in between, or if everyone would use your tool, does the competitive advantage then get smaller because they're all privy to the strategic information how to go ahead?
Well, at the moment, the situation is that we have basically 4 players in the world that do have this information and that can analyze it. So I guess these 4 players, 2 in the US and 1 in China and 1 in Russia, that's a very imperfect situation because all of us can't use it at the end of the day. What you describe is an absolutely perfect situation that everybody can access information, and build on a strategy and build on value of that. I think we are very much on the wrong side, having only 4 players at the moment. And I really wish that we are coming close to the perfect world. I think it's a very long way. Because companies are basically moving in a different speed. But yes, I think it's democratizing information access. That's a big point of our philosophy, and I think it's at the stage now. It's very good to do this. To have better situation, be it for European companies or for any company in the world, but information is key and it should be available to others.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you very much for the insights, Isabell. And yeah, as always, there's one more thing. As the people can see below, there is a 20% discount. Maybe you could say a couple of words how to use this code and what to expect.
Yes, if you just go out to our website and you're able to register with your email address for a demo version. So the demo version will be free for 7 days, and then there is a fee per month. And on this fee, you can get 20% off if you register for the demo today.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very
Let's see
much.
how
both.
it goes. Because yesterday we had a similar promotion, and the company wrote to us today in the morning. They said it's amazing. They even got now demo people applying from Japan. So what comes around goes
Great.
around.
Great. That's your work, actually. A great organization, and a great conference. Thank you very much for making it possible to take part.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining.
And enjoy your day. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
See you soon. Thank you very much for joining.
Bye-bye. Thanks, Janet.
Goodbye, Isabell. And I think it's already hello, Christoph Börner. Christoph, are you already in the stream?
Yes, there he is.
Hello, Christoph. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning. Nice to see you too. How are you doing?
Sorry?
How are you doing?
Absolutely fine. Wonderful. It's a perfect day for the virtual stage of the second day of the Applied AI conference.
I also can't complain because it's Murphy's Law. Just when we started the second day streaming, the construction yard started, but now they're on a break, so no more sound. This is just unbelievable.
I have, and believe it or not, we're talking about applied AI and analytics and training data and all complex stuff. We're struggling with internet access today in the office, so I hope there won't be any hiccups.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's hope for the best, but that's almost normal when you have a live event that this happens.
Yeah, it's Murphy's Law. What can you do?
Yeah, in terms of what you will talk about and so on, maybe just a couple of comments, because I find this very interesting. Yesterday we had speakers from Adobe and Accenture and Emakina, like the big service providers and technology providers, and all of them said that chatbots were a big hype topic like 2016 and 17. Then it was the opposite of a hype. It was more or less dead, but now they are having a very strong comeback, and they play an essential role in the sales and marketing process and also customer interaction. So I was thinking this is like the perfect introduction what these guys did yesterday, and it's really great to have you here, because you also you're by far the largest company doing this in Austria, and now with the new company structure and setup, you even have a wider international reach.
Yeah, totally agree. I didn't align with the speakers from yesterday, so this happened by accident. But yeah, great to see. I can just confirm this. Somewhere around 2017 to 18, the entire IT industry was turning around AI, ML, and conversational AI as one application out of it. Everyone began to work on bots, and they failed miserably, because there was no proper quality assurance. And I think everyone knows here a failing bot. Everyone had this experience talking to a bot, and you were like, Jesus. Yeah, I mean,
I own one.
Yeah, and I mean, then as a result, reputation was pretty bad. But companies all around the globe realized the enormous potential. I mean, this will be part of my talk also, giving a bit of these backgrounds. But I mean, we have clients, they get in their call center, they get 100,000 calls a week in their customer support center, and a proper tested, well-trained bot answers their 80,000 calls. So when we're talking about costs, they're calculating internally with $10 if the bot cannot answer it and the human handover is happening, meaning a real agent has to answer it. So with $10 easy to calculate, they save $800,000 every week by the usage of this bot. And the thing is, it's not only about money, because usually then the epic discussion starts like, but does it mean we will fire all the people in call centers and so on? The opposite is the case. because bots usually answer the very generic, the very typical questions coming in. And from this 100,000 a week with this telecom support center, 80,000 calls are like, how can I quit my contract? Is the new iPhone in the store available? Do I have 5G access? And the problem there is in the call center that people are leaving there every 6 months, because if you have to answer 800 times a day, yes, the new iPhone is there or is not there, you just get burned out. Yeah, so they're really struggling to find people. And in this case, a bot can just give you a very nice user experience, and also this generation of digital natives where we all are in are also expecting this, to get 24/7 support and so on. But I'm less here to convince someone about building bots. This is already happening. So we see the Fortune 1000 companies all working on a bot implementation. I'm more here to convince people about testing them, to be honest.
Great,
And we leave the stage to you.
Yeah,
thank you.
In terms of screen share, I see in the backstage, please make sure that the presentation is shared, because...
Yes, it should be.
Yep, now it works. So see you later in the Q&A session.
Cool, thank you. So yeah, once again, welcome everyone to this session. My name is Christoph Börner. And as you have heard before already in the introduction, I'm going to talk a bit with you about conversational AI. That's one of the big use cases of AI at the moment, where close to all companies are investing already, or at least have it in the future strategies. I called the whole thing here the value of chatbot testing. To give you some background about me and why I might be the right one to talk about these things, I'm founder and CEO of a company called Botium. We are the leading industry standard out there for automated testing of conversational AI. Leading industry standard means we have roughly 400,000 users of our open source product. We have 2,500 companies using our enterprise product. Yeah, enormous traffic. This comes later on in one slide. And since, well, now 3.5 months, I'm also Senior Director Digital at Cyara. Cyara acquired us 3.5 months ago. They are industry leader in testing IVR call centers. We were the leaders, or are the leaders for bots, so this marriage totally made sense. Most important fact on this slide is, in my real life, I'm a pretty good drummer, I think. So if you are located in Vienna, where our head office is, and you go into a pub or something on the weekend, you might see me somewhere. Actually, I'm a rock star in the body of an engineer. If we don't have time today to answer your questions, you see my contact data, so happy to answer everything you want to know. Just reach out to me or somewhere on social media and so on. Yeah, I triggered this already before. As being said, 3.5 months ago, we opened the next chapter in our success story as a small Austrian startup. 3.5 months ago, we were 7. Now we are more than 300 employees here after becoming part of the Cyara family. As said, Cyara, worldwide industry leader in automated testing for IVR call centers. Botium is the same for chatbots, and therefore it made sense to join our forces. Good. If we have someone in the call who absolutely doesn't know what conversational AI is, and I know that some people, when they hear chatbots, only think about these annoying pop-up web widgets on websites. Actually, it's way much more. It's everything with a conversational interface, having an AI powering it in the background. And to give us a short introduction, I've included here a video. It's just 1 minute or something, but it's talking a bit about chatbots and why they are so trendy at the moment.
If you're not building a bot, you're already behind. The age of robots is now, and the more people interact with them, the more they'll realize the value of humanless interaction. But what exactly is a bot? A bot is a computer program that automates certain tasks, typically by chatting with a user through a conversational interface. Bots plug into messaging apps that have even surpassed social media platforms in usage, and play into a larger shift we're seeing in consumer behavior. People shop and buy in a world of immediacy. Messaging is how they communicate. Having an app won't cut it anymore. Today, half of smartphone users download a whopping 0 apps per month. Bots meet users where they already are. No app download or URL necessary. That's the superpower of bots. Efficiency. There's no complicated phone menu or ill-informed service rep. By chatting in a familiar conversational interface, bots ask what they need to understand and solve a problem. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, that was it already, and there was some important facts in this video already. Yeah, so first of all, bots live a lot in messaging apps, and this comes on the next slide. And the second thing was that the time of mobile apps and the big boom around it is gone. Yeah, so the video is absolutely right. I downloaded my last mobile app maybe half a year ago. Good. Talking a bit about social messengers. Now, this slide is the reason why every company is working on some conversational AI implementation. Because we have right now, and actually the slide is from 2021, so it might be way much more. We have around about 4.5 billion people around the globe who are unique users of social messengers, yeah, meaning some WhatsApp, WeChat, Facebook Messenger, and so on. And this is more than half of the world's population. I think we have right now 7.7 people or billion people living on this planet together. And actually, it's the Western world, yeah, those people who have smartphones, who use social messengers. And this is super interesting for all companies, yeah, because these people are buying their stuff. And therefore, all marketing departments, all go-to-market, business development departments are now planning to build bots or are already building them. Yeah? And the second convincing factor is here, the right part of the slide that I added. It's not officially from Hootsuite. I added this value. In 2021, the potential of human wage cost savings by the usage of bots, and we are just talking about America here, was already predicted with $267 billion US. So this is a number that no CFO can avoid. And actually, then there was this big pandemic, and even more companies invested into this technology. So this number is, in the meanwhile, for sure, way much higher. So at the end of the day, these things are game changers. I mean, as we said in the introduction, there was a big hype in 2017 to 2018. A lot of companies started to build bots. They were not really capable of doing it. Bots failed, and the hype somewhere went down, but now it's really back. And unfortunately, I have to say that the global pandemic also helped us here, because all call centers, all support centers, and so on were overloaded, and bots can really bring here the solution. Yeah, and the last thing here is that we are all see right now, and I think for most of us, it's scary what we see. We have now people investing into buying virtual land in a virtual metaverse that is not even built yet, and all big players are building their own metaverse. We don't know which one will be the right one, and with the goal of earning virtual money out of it. So pretty spooky, but the thing we know already is there will be a metaverse, because we see Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Google, all of them working on something there. So there will be something like the metaverse. It's considered to be the future of the internet. And what we know is that it will be driven by bots. Yeah? So if I go to I don't know, my telecom provider store in the metaverse, I'll be talking to the bot of them. So these things will get bigger and bigger. There will be more and more bots. We see now bots starting talking to each other, so they are getting connected. So it's a pretty huge topic, and of course it's AI powered all the time. Yeah, all these things are pretty impressive when you see them on the slide, but on the other side, my good old friend Yoda would show us this. I call it the wall of shame. And it's not about complaining here about companies or something. It's just to show you that you are not too big to fail. So the examples we have here are enormous big companies, and they are failing miserably. I mean, if you take here number one on my example, it's the PayPal bot. It's a PSP. It's your financial provider. They are taking your money, and the user tells them, "I got scammed," and the bot answers with, "Well, great. So this is not what you want to see. Or number 2, here is a big telecom provider where the bot is completely confused. Number 3 is an oldie but a goldie. And just to show you, TAI was Microsoft's bot. So and Microsoft is still one of the biggest software developing companies on the world, and even they failed miserably. And this is the funny example where a user asked Microsoft's bot, is your Microsoft Xbox better, or should I go for a PlayStation 4 from Sony? And Microsoft's bot answers, well, the PlayStation 4 from our competition is cheaper and better. So this you want to avoid. If you Google for Microsoft TAI, you will find worst examples. She got racist, she got sexist, and they had to take her offline and she never came back. It was an enormous failure, and the reason was a big lack of testing and training. And they also let TAI learn from everything that users told her, so it was an uncontrolled learning, and this was a big failure. Or the other ones here is DPD, where the bot decides I'm too busy to talk to you, or number 5 here is BBC Earth. So these are enormous big companies, so, and meaning that you are never too big to fail in this case. Good. And the problem is failures cost heavily when it comes to chatbots. It's not like developing some standalone application that someone installs somewhere and that's it. And if you have bugs, well, you release an update. With bots, stuff is different. And I have here an example, and I called it on the screenshot here, Botium Air, because I didn't want to use the right name of the airline, because it would be really bad for their reputation, and they have already enough problems. But to give an idea, there's a real example, and this is an enormous big airline that sold every week a few 100,000 tickets. And they made the decision, well, from day X on, all our tickets can be only bought through our conversational AI channels, which is, from a business perspective, a good decision, because they could deploy the bot in all social messengers in parallel, in their web chat, in their mobile app. So in theory, it was a good thing. But the problem was the ticket booking bot of this airline couldn't handle, I want to book a flight, or I want to have a ticket, and so on. Yeah, you see it here on the screenshot. And the thing was, it took them 3 days, so they also didn't have monitoring in place, to realize that they are not selling tickets anymore. And it was pretty easy there to say, well, we lost a revenue of X because we know how much tickets we sell usually. But where they are still struggling with is to put the price tag behind the revenue loss, because what happened immediately is that the internet was full of shitstorms, and people were moving it into a direction like, if these guys are not taking care about the quality of their chatbot implementation, are they taking care about the airplanes we're sitting in? Yeah? Are they maintaining this Airbus and this Boeing and so on? So was a big thing around it, and a good example about the reputation loss you will face. Good. And this brings me to the topic, why do these bots fail? In general, we have amazing technologies behind. Yeah, all big players have some NLP engines, some bot building platforms in place. Yeah, you have Watson from IBM, you have from Google Dialogflow, Microsoft has DirectLine, Lewis, you have from Amazon, Alexa, and so on. And in addition to that, you have so many more, and actually those technologies are great. So why do so many bots still fail miserably? And it's pretty easy. There's an enormous lack of testing, also of training these bots, but it's mainly testing. And of course, in addition to this problem here, there are a lot of minor reasons that I can mention here, like, I don't know, AI is still not that accessible for everyone. I mean, if I'm a student and I'm building a bot for my personal website, I won't go for an IBM Watson or something, because it would be just too expensive. But for an enterprise company, this cannot be the case. Or on the other side, the industry still needs to learn, needs to fail first a bit. Another minor reason is that a lot of people try to handle too many things with their bots at the same time. Then there are often no escalation protocols in place, like a human handover if a bot cannot handle a topic, and so on. Yeah, so this list goes on, and I could tell you maybe 50 or 100 reasons, but these are all minor and partial things. For everything we have seen before on the wall of shame, the reason was a lack of testing, training, and monitoring. And actually, this sentence here is still surprising managers of big companies, of our clients, when I'm telling them this. Yeah? Bots, no matter if these are now chatbots, if this is some virtual agent in a phone line, if this is a virtual assistant like a Siri and Alexa, all these things are software, and software needs to be tested. We know this since the 60s, 70s. I learned that at the Technical University in, where was it? I think the subject was software engineering or something. I learned many years ago you should take 1/3 of your project budget at least for quality assurance and testing. But people are surprised that bots are software and they need to be tested. Yeah, actually, you see that I grew up with the original Batman. Whenever there was a hard fact, they had this power. Therefore, I like to use this. Yeah, so when there is a lack of testing, we have to clarify what do users expect from conversational AI. And there, our enormous community, I told you before, around about 400,000 open source users comes in because they are telling us what their users expect from the bots. And here we have always the top 4 answers in the same row. It's first of all accurate answers. As a user of conversational AI, you are expecting that you get an accurate answer delivered quickly. And to get this, you need to have a well-thought conversational design behind. And this is nothing that everyone can do. Language is pretty complex, especially when you have a bot that is text-enabled and voice-enabled, when he is living on different platforms and channels and so on. Second thing is great user experience. So people don't care if it's easier for you to build your bot on your website versus deploying it on WhatsApp, yeah? Because in WhatsApp, it's kind of in the hand of WhatsApp, not so lightly in your own hand anymore. Users want to have everywhere in all channels the same seamless and great user experience. And also they don't care if voice is harder for you to do because you have some speech to text, text to speech, and so on in between. Yeah, highest security is self-explaining. Today we should build products that are state-of-the-art, security and GDPR compliant. GDPR, a big topic here in Europe. And just if you want to play around, ask the bots you see around with your providers, vendors, maybe your bank, your telecom provider, insurance, whatever. Ask them a simple question like, do you save my data, and so on, and you will see them failing in a row. And yeah, last thing is fast response. So people expect here to get immediate answers, and they don't care if in the second 50,000 users are in parallel talking to a bot. Yeah, and understanding these requirements, you can build the solutions for it. Yeah? So we know now what and how we should test. And there already a lot of AI comes in again. So talking about accurate answers, you have to test continuously conversation flows, and you have to check your chatbot's understanding permanently. And checking your chatbot's understanding means NLP and NLU testing, natural language processing and understanding. In case you haven't heard those before, it's about testing all the knowledge your bot has, all the training data, and you need to do this continuously. And there's a lot of data to test, a lot of tests to be generated, and the only way of doing this efficiently is to use AI to auto-generate these tests. Well, I will show you how this works later on anyway. Yeah, in terms of great user experience, you have to test throughout all browsers, devices, whatever text voice enabled. In terms of security, most of the bots out there have next to a voice interface also some kind of web or mobile interface, and there all the OWASP rules apply. Also, Open Web Association Security Project, if you haven't heard, this is the driving community behind security testing standards. You might have heard about the famous OWASP Top 10. These are the top 10 vulnerabilities for web applications, for example. Yeah, GDPR, also a big topic here. And fast response, here we have to do performance testing. What happens if 50,000 users are every second talking to our bot? Now, these things are important to do. And actually, this is exactly what we have built. So I'm using usually this one slide here to introduce our product to our clients. I don't want to make it too much advertisement about us, just to give you an idea. At the beginning, we have bots in a pretty weak state, and they are then going through these funnels, and these funnels are all test types. It's regression testing to test the accuracy of a bot. It's about NLP score testing to check the natural language understanding continuously. And this is super complicated. Think about all the dialects that are out there, all the different languages. So most of the bots are multi-language today. End-to-end testing, you have here the big fragmentation problem that we had before on websites and mobile apps already with device, OS, browser version, and so on. So this is even getting worse with bots. Security testing, GDPR testing, performance. It's pretty tricky to create here these high loads, like I mentioned before, 50,000 users every second talking to a bot. And finally, a bit hidden here, live monitoring. And if you take all these things, combine them, and run these tests continuously through your delivery pipelines against your bot, you will end up like this bot here that comes out of our funnels, a super nice one that really delivers customer smiles, as we always say. So your end customers will smile when they are using this bot. On the right side, you see here a bit what I mentioned before. There are a lot of technologies out there to build bots. There are NLP engines, chatbot building platforms, and we are supporting more than 50 of them. Good. And this also has to be mentioned here in such a talk. The key enabler when it is about testing conversational AI is automation. There's absolutely no way around automation. I totally agree if someone says we will also always have manual testing. That's true. There is stuff you cannot automate because sometimes you have to touch something, you have to take your phone into your hand and so on. This is pretty hard to automate, but the majority of testing can be only automated. And I'll give you a simple example and you will immediately understand why. So typically client of us has training data behind their bots of a few hundred intents. And intents are the topics a bot can talk about. And for an easy calculation, let's say the bot just knows 100 intents. So 100 topics it could talk about. And behind every intent, meaning every topic, there are usually something like 100 utterances, meaning 100 ways of expressing this intent. To give you a tangible example, an intent for a bank could be account balance, and the utterances behind could be something like, how much money do I have? What's on my account? What is my account balance? Do I have money left? And so on. So 100 variations for asking of this account balance. And this is a typically training data set. And if we take now those two numbers, 100 intents, 100 utterances, and multiply those, we see already it's 10,000 test cases. And this is the pure happy path. So we are then just testing what we are already expecting. This is already part of our training data. And what about all the other stuff? What about the unexpected inputs that will come from our clients? And this should give you an explanation why automation is key enabler. So our clients usually have test sets, sometimes with a few 100,000 test cases inside. They are triggering them multiple times a day, sometimes multiple times an hour. Whenever someone changes something on the conversation model, on the chatbot's UI, on the code itself, every commit will trigger these tests to just have very strong quality gates there in place in your pipelines. And it's clear that manually you simply cannot do this. And just in case you would have, 1,000 test engineers to do this manually, the chance of them failing is enormous high if they're running all the time the same test. This is why automation is so important. And I think I never mentioned, I just realized what we are doing. So our enterprise product, Bottom Core, is a comprehensive test automation suite for conversational AI, meaning that we are automating the testing of bots. We have, the slide is a bit old in the meanwhile, roughly 400,000 users. We see still 5,000 installations per week of our open source product. And the important thing is here, since beginning of the year, we were already running close to 110 million tests through our product. Good. And as the whole thing here was called, the whole talk, adding value or the values of testing chatbots, I wanted to show you a bit in the SDLC, or we call it BDLC, bot development lifecycle, that testing and using AI in the background brings value everywhere, not only in the test phase. So the BDLC consists out of plan, design, develop, train, test, and deploy phases, running in the infinite DevOps loop, of course, as bots are permanently learning also after deployed to production. And you see here, even in the planning phase, for example, we can generate domain data using AI, using big language models like GPT-3 and so on out there for our clients. They will face the point that they have to decide for the right NLP engine. And there are these big names out there, Microsoft, Amazon, IBM, Google, or should we go for a smaller open source, whatever? So we can do AI bias provider benchmark testing for them and tell them, for your domain with your training data, this is the best thing. And this stuff goes on. I've heard in the last talk also something about a crawler. We have, for example, an AI-based conversation crawler included that crawls through the entire conversation model of a bot and auto-generates tests for it. And then, of course, in the training phase, we can take the AI model, use some deep learning to auto-generate tests for all the natural language testing. And in the testing phase, you have all the stuff we saw before on the slide. With the funnels, and in production, we do, of course, monitoring, generate a lot of analytics. So overall takeaway here from this slide is testing of chatbots adds value in all phases. And it's too late when you start only in the test phase. You should start in the beginning. Yeah, and I'm coming close to my end, and I see time-wise I'm also done. I have just one last thing to show you, because what you have heard before, and everyone who worked in testing might think, now, Jesus, that's a lot of work, talking about hundreds of thousands of tests. Who writes them? Who mainstream them? This is a vision of hell, and I just want to show you with the right tooling how easy it is. We will set up now in 2 minutes an entire test automation pipeline for conversational AI, use AI and deep learning to auto-generate the tests and run them. That's it. And actually, I'm always saying my grandma is in the meanwhile able to do this, and she's really not techy. With the right tool, you choose your technology you want to test. You see here we are supporting all big players, of course, but if I hit show more, you can see that everything that works in this domain is supported by us. I choose a dummy bot right now, and then as a test engineer or whoever uses Botium, I just say, well, I want to have this testing included, and I want to have monitoring included, and I want to do NLP and regression, and that's everything I need to do. I generate a project name for my bot, and then hit the Go Botium Go button here, and the product will do the rest for you. Meaning that setting up a connection to the bot, setting up a regression test project, running a crawler now to define all the conversation flows, creating tests for it, and execute the regression. Fetching in NLP testing here, the entire AI model, using some deep learning algorithms to generate tests for the training data in the AI model, and immediately running them. Applying here paraphrasing, humanification to generate variations and run those tests. Performance testing with default settings of a few thousand users in parallel, immediately run them. Monitoring in production is in place, ready, and will notify us. And we see already the first problems were found here for our dummy bot. And this is the thing I just wanted to show you without doing too much marketing. It's a very, very complex area, but with the right tooling, it could be super easy to handle. Good. This was me. Any questions for me?
Thank you very much, Christoph. And also thank you for explaining that even your grandma can do it. So kind of like when we consider all the failure costs, potentially sending your client to the competition, definitely testing is very, very important and should be considered. Even though it's so easy. We have 2 questions from the audience, which plays in quite well. One question we got yesterday also a lot, because we all know AI is all about training, validation, and testing data, and kind of like how this data is available and how we can use it. How do you deal kind of like with languages, for example, that there is kind of like not much data out there?
Well, actually, the whole data thing, and now I have to share my screen again because it's easier just to show you. So you have to imagine the Botium story started here 2018. Florian and I, my co-founder, started together as a number of two, and after 2 or 3 months, we had 100,000 downloads of our open source product. And we were building all this testing you saw, and big enterprises started to use it. And then the data topic was becoming more and more important, because you have to know, how do you build the bot? So as a product owner, the first thing you do is you have to know your channels. So you go to your support center and ask, what are the questions we are permanently getting? Or you ask your marketing, what should our bot be able to handle, and so on. And this is how you collect data. And a lot of companies don't have this data, to be honest. And the second thing there is, well, they have their own data, but what about, in general, the domain? And what we can do is, and this I'm just going to show you live, and I hope it doesn't break, because it's a brand new feature. If a client comes to us, we can tell them, look, here is the data that all your competitors are getting. So these are the questions that clients out there are asking your competitors. And this is actually a killer thing. It's done with our AI-assisted test data generator. So again, AI is included here. You can choose your domain, and just choose now telecom, could be every domain, and then you can give us a generic description of your domain. Something like, we are building here a chatbot that should answer generic support questions about telecommunication. And if you hit this button here, then Botcham will generate data for you. And you can immediately use this now as training data, as test data, whatever you need. And as you can see here, these are intents, and these are the questions. This data is coming mainly from production. That telecom chatbots all around the world get. How do I change my phone number? How much data do I have left, and so on. And the cool thing is, we can also generate all the variations for it, meaning how would people ask now for, how do I change my phone number? And this happened right now. So if I open here the drop down, you see, can I change my phone number? How do I change my landline number? How do I change my number? How do I change my phone? And so on. So we are generating also all these variations. So this is what we can offer to our clients. And I guess people are asking themselves now, what's happening there in the background? Well, this is a sum up out of a lot of data. So first of all, I mentioned we have 400,000 open source users. A lot of them are sharing their training and test data with us. Second is, there are a lot of open source repos for data out there, like the NIST, National for Standards and Technology, I think National Institute for Standards and Technology in America. You find there a lot of customer support call recordings that you can have in a public repo. Of course, you cannot directly use this audio call with all the stuff inside as training data and test data. So this is the magic we are using here to bring.
So you have a lot. So you have kind of like huge database, right?
We have huge,
and that's the point. I mean, the sense of timekeeping.
In addition to this, sorry, you were broken. But just to add, we have this huge database, and we are also connecting here to the biggest language models out there. And as language was a thing, I can do. I can give this description also in Dutch or French or whatever. It will work seamlessly. The language is not a problem for us.
Okay, so thank you very much. I unfortunately need to interrupt here in the sense of timekeeping, but the topic is so interesting and has so many impact. We could talk about this ages, but unfortunately, Gerhard is already in the backstage. Maybe you're available for B2 Match sessions, and also to the audience, please reach out to Christoph with regard to his products and to further questions. I unfortunately need to already hand over the stage. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, Christoph, thank you very much for your patience. We had to let you wait a little bit in the backstage.
No problem. Thank you very much for having me.
So I will not steal any further time from you, but just a short announcement. Christoph Kürner will talk to us about first-party data analytics and the future of marketing. And without further ado, the stage goes to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it's a pleasure to speak with your great audience of that conference. And I will sum up some minutes, so I think we get right on time after my speech. Let me start first. My name is Gerhard Kürner. I'm founder and CEO of 506. We are a marketing data science company based in Upper Austria in the Tabakfabrik in Linz. Our focus is the analysis, segmentation, and activation of digital user data. And we are building our own AI-based customer intelligence platform. Maybe a short overview. Our focus lies on the development of the platform, but normally the 100 GDPR compliant analysis of data and also AI-based marketing data sciences. And our consumer and customer focus lies in the e-commerce, B2B, and in the publishing area. So why should I give the title of the future of marketing? The future of marketing, from my point of view, is the digital advertising market is lost for Europe. Why? As an example, for Austria, you see that more or less 3/4 of digital advertising spending in Austria goes to the tech giants like Google, Meta, Amazon, and co. And in Austria, and it's mainly the same in Germany, only a little bit over 10% stays on the national media. So you are completely under control of these external technology platforms. They are huge. They are very interesting to get new customers, to find new audiences, but you do not have any control about that. So from our and my personal point of view, the first party data, the data you collect yourself, are still one of the most important competitive advantages in the future. What's the problem in that area? First-party data problems are normally known, and you never have control over your own website raw data. That's nevertheless the problem of the past, because most people use, let me say, for example, Google Analytics, the universal one, where you have no website raw data export possibilities. And when we discuss about market share, we see 86% market share in that area. So it starts with your own data. And because of that, or behalf of that, normally you do not have the complete user view. So this so-called single customer view to see what he is or she is doing on your website, on your app, on other one, is not fully completed. And when you have these large data sets, normally there are poor visualization, and of course, normally there are no activation possibilities. That means you have lost a lot of the data in different data silos, and you have a lack of utilization. So what will be a solution of that? From our point of view, one solution is, and I will give you a short overview, as we call it, the Customer Intelligence Platform. It's much more complex behind, and there's a lot of discussion about CDP intelligence and business warehousing. But from my point of view, let me tell it in that way that I call it customer intelligence is in the middle. You have the right now most important GDPR compliant data collecting. Also to combine that data with existing one like CRM systems or offline data, or let me see, ERP or other one data that you have in your control and on your own. And this data collection is the basis for the big data analysis, also for our core product, the AI-based segmentation and the AI-based automatic description of the segmentation, which is, let me say, exactly same important as the segmentation of themselves. And the most important issue in that area is it don't stop with visualization or with analytics, because we strongly believe that you have to do something with that outcome of analytics. So we call it data activation. So that means with these segments, you can do something in other systems. Let's go a step deeper. The most issue in every project that we have is the relevant data source. There is no lack of existing data. There's more or less a lack of data which are on your ownership or are the GDPR right. And normally you have the websites, you have CRM or ERP system. The reason is only with all of that data consolidated, you have all relevant first-party data that you can really see a good outcome of an customer intelligence product like ours is. Why is that so important? Because normally when you take a look on analytics, you always see aggregated data or sampling data, which is normally okay if you do advertising, digital spendings on technology platforms or other ones. In our case, we have a deep granular user profile description. That means every single consent-based session and every single activity is stored. So we have deep granular information about every single profile. And this is really the success factor for using AI-based segmentation and AI-based description. What you can see here is not the garden of flowers, because one of the most important things is visualization of big data sets and also of the segment. As you see here, a screenshot of our platform, which means there are 4 segments there. The important issues, these segments are not only rendered overnight, they are also described automatically. Like this is, let me say, segment product advisor, people using a product advisor, interested in dietary supplements, came through a Facebook campaign and are registered in newsletter. And these are our 2 base AI algorithm in the back. One do the segmentation, and the other one, which we use deep learning, uses the description, which is extremely important, because only when you can describe big data sets in that area, a human can also interpret it or can work with it. And for every segmentation which is completely new or found out of this huge data set, you have also a detailed description about KPIs, as you see on the right-hand side. What are control numbers, everything you need to inform you about that segment. And one extremely important thing is it's not only the segment size that you see, like the flower and the row about on, it's always what kind of information is in that area. That means you see in what kind, like a spider, you can see is the conversion rate, is it the sales, is the number of conversion, as the purchase transaction. So you see very fast how strong is that segment, in which area, and with the detailed KPIs on the right-hand side. And as I mentioned in the beginning, big data analytics, segmentation, and description is not the end of our value chain, because we strongly believe you have to do something with that analytics. We see a lot of our project partners and customers, you have the problem, bring data to activity. And in that area, when you have such a segment, you can, and this is based on user behavior, interest, and every single data point, which we have stored, consent, GDPR stored, is then possible to activate in other systems. If you have email addresses, you can match it also with your CRM, CDP, or email newsletter system like Emasis or other one. You can also activate it on the tech platform for advertising campaign. Always GDPR conform, because privacy per design is, let me say, our founding rule number 1. So you have the possibility to segment, describe, and activate data which normally you can't find out manually or with normal processes. Let me take 2 use cases for you. One is an e-commerce use case. The identification of the customer's pain was who was the appropriate product recommendation based on the interest, normal question in e-commerce, and they want to increase lead quality and sales, also a normal e-commerce target. What we do in that area, on one hand, there was a detailed analytics of every single point of the product advisor, and with that we enhance the profile of every audiences, so we have really a 360-degree single customer view. Based on this single customer view, we could create new segments with similar behavior and interests, and we always speaking about your own data. No third-party data, always GDPR compliance. And then automated value-added email pop-up or resulting in online marketing campaigns. It's a German one, but I think the second row is the interest one. Users who have used this product advisor in the last 60 days have 3.1% part of every sales. That means it's 400% more than a normal user who is coming. And such information and such segment was built out of this deep analysis. That means a huge improvement of conversion and add to cart, and which is extremely important, is also more customer satisfaction, because if you do not see interests in a product, or you do not see interests or only one-time interests, every segment would brought out of every campaign or email or other one. So they do not have spam, they do not have this normal situation where you get, let me say, a huge amount of communication which you are not interested in. It's not only about the money, it's also about the target and the customer satisfaction. A second small one is only small one to explain. We're speaking about more than 100 million events or data points a month. Is the classical issue subscriber acquisition in media, because paid subscription is more or less the future. And the target also new prospects and subscriber, and extremely important reduction of churn rate of existing subscribers. And maybe there's also a possibility to increase customer lifetime value. Functionality, as I explained with the platform before, is on one hand, all of the collected and combined data of website CRM, in that case it was SAP data, plus the website data are based with our algorithm, coming up with our algorithms in different segmentation. And this different segmentation then are automatically described. And afterwards, after the description, there was the possibility to activate them. More or less in the email publishing area, they mostly use email, but they're also starting to use classical advertising campaigns to bring in more of the subscriber. What are the three major results? On one hand, it was a tenfold increase in online subscription within 12 months. Tenfold sounds pretty great. But it was in the beginning, so you have a digression after a couple of months, but it was a lot. And we could reduce the customer costs, and also, again, stay on the same level or increase the customer satisfaction, which is always important, because normally advertising or sales or customer service sometimes is really boring. So what is the outlook? And the outlook for us, we are extremely depending on R&D. We started 2 years ago. Last year, we got an AWS funding for artificial intelligence, trustworthy artificial intelligence, which we are starting development of 506 artificial intelligence platform. This year, we have the next R&D project with FFG, Forschungsförderungsgesellschaft, which is running this year and next year. And we also use very heavily cooperation with university, in that case with the University of Applied Science in Upper Austria, which is a strong part in that area. And the next step is not only to find out similar behavior, similar data. The next part is that when we do have all that data points, we step deeper in process mining. That means we do not want to show you then what kind of segments are special. We always then will show you how is your process running. That means from the campaign to your website, to the sales, to the delivery, to the customer satisfaction, to buying again a product or not. So the database customer journey process mining will be the huge next step, which is our goal for 2023 in the first quarter. Right now, we are in the friendly customer phase, and everybody who is interested in that platform or in customer intelligence in the marketing area is highly welcome to contact me directly or go to 506.ia to find out more information. So I hope it was not too fast, 10, 11, 22. I think you have sometimes one, and we have a possibility, Jeanette, if it's okay for you, if there are any questions, and we are back on schedule.
Absolutely. So thank you very much also for the speedy keynote. We, of course, have the possibility for a lot of questions, and I want to encourage also the audience to reach out, stay in contact, and Gerhard, if you have something you would like to share with us, we can share as always in the live ticker or later onwards.
Yes, of course.
Starting with the questions, I will pick the first one from Paula again. What is your approach vector to clients that might benefit from your solution, but are not familiar with the technical possibilities?
I hope I do understand the question right. Vector to clients. If it means the user interface, like flowers or the vector graphics or the spider one, we experiment. You have 3-4 possibilities to show these segments. And in the beginning, we had only a circle, and the circle was the volume, and the color was growing or not. And after a couple of weeks and months, we found out that if you use a spider, a flower, or some sort of a vector graphic, you can find on the first view more information. Like, is it coming from a newsletter or is it coming from them? So in the right now rolling out version, you can choose between only a circle or a vector graphic or a flower to find out more information, because our approach is that we do not want to have the target to a no-code, low-code application. We want to use it as a know-how application. That means if you have 30 minutes time, you take a look at it, and you as normal marketing, sales, or customer service people can work with it.
Okay. I think that pretty well answered the question. We have 2 more general questions. So kind of like, what is your business model and what are your typical customers? If you could maybe elaborate on this a little bit more.
Yes, of course. The business model is quite easy because it's based on data volume and on normally connections to data sources. The connection to data sources are nevertheless smaller ones, and the data volume is normally based on events or hits. Yes, I know it's not quite easy to measure that one, but it's starting by around 100,000 events a month, and around 690 euros a month is a SaaS system, and then you have, based on your inside know-how, some integration. Normally, we partner with our customers in the first 6 or 12 months to help them building up also the know-how about data-based marketing inside, because most of our customers, let me say 6 or 12 months later, they have a data science or some part of data science, so they grow with every month working with that. And some companies also use it as a business outsourcing service for data science. They have internal people, but they use us for churn, lead, or other ones.
Okay. So thank you very much for pointing this out. I mean, we have one question, and it's very fascinating that always the questions come up with
normally the first one.
To data point collection, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit on this and kind of like, what are your touch points about the data collection, how you're doing this now? It's a question from Patrick Kofler from the audience.
Yes, it's a really, in this time, a really important question. Normally it comes first, and I hope in the future we can forget that question. Right now, from all data sources, when we discuss about first-party data, you have more or less always the same issue. You have like your CRM system or a CDP or ERP, and it's important that they are compliance, the GDPR compliance is really that is normally in ERP and CRM. So the only huge problem normally have to gathering or to collect data from your website, from your shop, or from your app. Why? Mostly of companies, let me say, was a common issue in the past to use Google Analytics. It's a really amazing product. I do not like bashing Google, because Google is a real good company in technology and other one, but Google Analytics is using your data for themselves. Not only they export it to America, they use it for their micro customer. So, and with universal analytics, you can't export raw data. With the next version, it will come. Right now, we use in that area European technology, which is always on the legal side of the customer. So that's their own data. You can collect them. So it's GDPR conform. The only issue is you have to use a consent. We always discussing consent-based, but all the problems that right now are discussing with Google Analytics or other is gone and is away, and we use them for that. There is also a possibility sometimes discussing like Matomo, but Matomo and other one, they are not, let me say, not so fast and not in that area. We use right now PVIC Pro. We have that some sort of an OEM without integrated, but we hope in the next 2 years, this question is gone, because then consent-based tracking on your own is a normal situation in Europe.
Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, the data collection or data origin question is a very relevant one, but I think it will be solved or at least addressed in Europe in the near future. As you said, it's now a huge headache topic or a huge important topic. Potentially we have a clear answer or at least something we can work with in Europe. To wrap our session up, maybe just a short answer, a brief outlook, kind of like how do you think is the future going to develop? And is your product ready? The last question.
Okay. On one hand, yes, we are right now. We have a waiting list for customer-friendly proof of concept. So if anybody is interested, he can also come up and take a look at the demonstration or the demo right now. The normal out run and the normal go out will be in 2 or 3 months. But right now, if somebody is interested for proof of concept or anything like that, should be directly contact us or directly contact us on the 506.ai website. As I said, right now, this was the use case and also the possibilities that we have right now. We are working on the version 2, which will start in the beginning of next year. Then you have additional process mining issues which is a huge USP then, because then you can't only see how cool segments are there, you can also see how your process is running in cases of customer interaction.
Thank you very much. Again, call to action to the audience. Please feel free to reach out to Gerhard, also kind of like in the course of the day, in the course of B2 matchmaking sessions, to the email and contact information we will surely disseminate over our channels. So thank you very much for joining. It was a great, great pleasure, and see you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Bye.
Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to hand over the stage and welcome our next keynote speakers from Sclable. So it's Johannes Schauer and Hilmar. Are you already in the room?
Yes, we are. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, good to see you. And good to see you together. It's seldom kind of like to be together and kind of like host events, but we hope it will be very much more the case in the future. I don't want to take your time very, very much more, because I think smart quotations and the keynote you have prepared is very interesting. So I will immediately yield the floor to you, and the stage is yours.
Great. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. We're grateful to be here. So thank you also for giving us the chance to join this great conference today and also give a keynote. And during this keynote, we would like to share the learnings that we have made in a big area that focuses on smart quotations. My name is Johannes Schauer. I am the Director for Data and AI Transformation at Sclable.
And I'm Hilmar, a business design architect at Sclable. A term you might not know. It's something about technical project management and usually taking the PO role in our projects at Sclable. The project that we're talking about today, Smart Quotation, was a collaboration with our client NetSurf, who is a manufacturer of fasteners, and us on the project management conception and also implementation side. So we did everything from coming up with the concept to the actual implementation of the solution. You might not know NetSurf. It's not a very common name unless you're in the automotive supplier industry. Netsoft, as I said, is a leading fastener manufacturer based in Holland that specializes both in standard parts, so regular screws, bolts, and fastening products, but also on highly innovative products that they develop together with their clients. They have customers in the aviation and in the automotive industries. They've been in business for over 125 years, have over 2,000 employees across 20 locations in Holland, Germany, the US, France, and also as far as China. So a big player in the automotive supplier industry.
And the two of us, we are representing Sclable. We are a digital innovation studio located in Vienna. We built on 3 pillars, which are design, data, and code. And together with these 3 as a foundation, we're supporting our clients in bringing their digital visions to life. So this is something that we will really focus on today, how to bring digital solutions into production. And we're doing this with clients mostly in the DACH region from various industries. But with this, we'll hand over to Jan again, and we'll dive right into the problem that we're talking about today.
Okay. Thank you, Johannes. So as I mentioned before, Netsoft is in the fastener business. Netsoft, by the way, cannot be here today, unfortunately, but we've created this talk in collaboration with them. In the fastener business, they specialize on cold forming of parts. Cold forming is a highly efficient and cost-effective way of producing parts, where you are not heating the product, but you're basically shaping it from the raw material into the final product in a number of steps. This produces very high quality fasteners, and you can produce them at high volumes at a very low per piece price. The downside, of course, is that you need a lot of upfront planning effort because you need to design the production process ahead of time. And unfortunately, most of this is already necessary when you're doing the quotation to the client. If you combine this with the low hit rate in the automotive industries, where clients are also a lot of times just asking for benchmark offers, then you get a lot of inefficiency in the inherent inefficiency in the cold forming process already. If combining this with the company structure of Netsoft, which was at the when we came into play highly fragmented, because they consist of a number of smaller companies that were bought up over the years. We saw that there was a lot of implicit knowledge, fragmented knowledge, missing transparency, a lot of complexity, even in the offering process itself, and even inconsistent client communication regarding pricing, for example. So we identified 4 guiding principles for our solution. The solution had to increase the efficiency in the process. It also had to increase the transparency across the process to make sure everybody is on the same page. It had to reduce the complexity in the offering process. And very importantly, also standardize information, standardize knowledge across this fragmented company. The solution that we came up with is called the Dream Factory. It is a platform for the quotation process, a streamlined process from client need to production that covers all of the steps in between in a single platform across all of the involved parties, meaning the suppliers at Netsoft, front office sales, back office sales, engineering. It builds on existing knowledge that is available inside the company to try to make implicit knowledge explicit. It's a connected platform, and it uses in parts machine learning to support the processes around the offering, particularly with the standard parts where this is possible. And the goal is to reduce the time to quotation to allow experts to focus on the more interesting complex parts that need a lot of in-depth expertise. The process consists of a number of steps, starting, like I said, with the client need and ending in the production. That we're not going to go into detail now, but what we want to do is we want to focus on 3 parts where in our solution we applied aspects of machine learning and data science. The first one is the topic of extracting information from unstructured or semi-structured documents. The second one is the topic of supporting engineering in making decisions based on previously quoted parts. And the third one, similar to the second one, is supporting engineering in the design of the production process by attempting to predict the number of forming stages that are needed to produce a particular code forming part. We'll get right into it and start with the first challenge, extracting data. The topic here is that in the automotive industry, a lot of information sharing is done via documents, technical documents, drawings. Some of them are produced by modern CAD programs that would have more structured information, but it's not shared by the manufacturers. And some other ones are simply old drawings, decades old sometimes, that are just being copied over and over and shared all over again. So they're in quite a bad state as well. And the challenge is that front office sales receives these drawings in and needs to turn this semi-structured information into a structured description of the part to make it comparable to other parts. So how do we achieve this?
Well, as Jan just outlined, the tricky part here really lies in the high number of formats and the high variability that you have to deal with that's coming in. It really depends on the specific customer that is requesting a part. Additionally, since we're not getting the actual CAD files, but rather just pictures, usually without any layers, the low level of detail and also potentially noise in these pictures is an issue. Also, what has to be mentioned here is that the elements that are being read, that have to be documented, usually have two major parts. The first one is the geometric information, usually within schematic drawings, but something that is not trivial to extract. And additionally, there is a lot of technical information that sits within tables mostly, but also around the tables and around the drawings. With the advantage, however, that with this text, usually a lot of links exist to norms and standards, which again helps if you understand a particular part is coming in and it needs to be produced according to certain standards, which requirements these parts have to fulfill in the end. So what's quite clear that our solution had to combine both the geometric and the technical information and parse as much as information as possible from it to still really help the sales employees at this early stage. The sales employees usually are not the ones with the deepest technical background, so they are really looking for support in this step, with the goal being, again, to reduce the time, but more importantly, maybe increase the data quality at this stage already. Now let's have a look at what we learned with this step or during this step, which is, as mentioned in the introduction, really the key that we would like to share with you today. The major learning that we had in this part was actually part of the solution as well. So I mentioned the geometrical elements and the technical elements. And it turns out that if you look under the hood, then extracting all the information that is needed from the schematic drawings is something that's quite quickly done for a user and might even be enjoyable. Whereas for a machine, it's possible. So there, obviously, you can train an AI to extract all the information you need. However, the effort is quite big. On the other hand, once you focus on the technical element, extracting things like text from these drawings, then it's a lot easier for the machine, for the AI to read this information. So that's why we would like to see as a major learning from this step here, that it's really about understanding where is the user needed and helps more in being efficient, and where is the effort actually quite small to bring in a data and AI system, and not see it as an either or, but see how the user, how the human can work best together with the AI system. And that's what we learned in this step again.
Thank you, Johannes. The second challenge that we looked at is learning from the past. So one of the big problems that NetSuite was having is that they, as I said, are operating in various parts of the company. The engineering department is fragmented, and sometimes one engineering department would receive a request for a part that another department in another location had done, I don't know, a month ago and didn't know about. Or so there was no structured way to build on existing knowledge that was already there on these parts, because there was no information sharing between the locations. And at the same time, the information was also not captured in a structured manner to even make them comparable. This is, however, very important because, like I said earlier, when you're doing a quotation for a cold forming part, a lot of the effort, brain work that goes into creating the part already needs to be done. You need to decide what machine you need and how many stages you need for the forming process. So the feasibility study that is being done is quite a lot of effort. So if you can determine that you've already done a similar part and can reuse some of the information, you save a lot of time. So the main challenge here was, how do we determine that two parts that we have that we want to produce are similar, in that when I have a new quotation for a new part, I can build on existing knowledge that is already available inside the Dream Factory.
And to come up with a solution, we started quite straightforward by having workshops with the engineers. So really talking and listening in particular to understand how is this currently extracted? How do engineers judge that a part is similar to another one? And while some of these workshops were very fruitful, others maybe weren't that fruitful, where it turned out that it does definitely help in this step to bring in data as a supporting element. And luckily in this case, what was identified, that there was already a concept of a family meaning components, parts that are similar to each other according to a certain criteria. And with this family concept existing, this was chosen as the one to take forward. However, it didn't exist across the entire company of NetRef yet. It only existed in parts. So the first stage here was to extend this family concept and make it work on all the produced parts from the past as well. So we had to go in and had to classify based on the parts of the data that was available. So I'll recap it quickly. So we trained our model on the data that was already available, and then extended it towards all the parts that had previously been produced, had experts review this, and with this refined data set, we were then in a position to really also implement it within the live Dream Factory. However, we didn't implement the family prediction. We rather went the way where we predicted the filter settings that you would like to choose as a user, or that we think the user would like to choose. Why did we go that way? Because that really helps in explaining what's going on. The family concept is quite abstract. However, as soon as you speak about the filter settings, they are something that's very natural to the users, to the engineers. And this way also they have the immediate chance to override anything that was recommended to them. And at the same time, if they do change something, this feedback then goes back into our data for the next part that's coming in, use that already as a refined prediction. So summarizing what we learned, the first topic is, and that's something you probably can't solve ever, is that implicit knowledge is very hard to make explicit. Talking to experts is definitely crucial, but it might just turn out that talking to data and experts together is the best way. Also, just make sure if there is any existing knowledge within the company, try and use it as much as possible. And the second major learning from this stage here was that it's really good to be subtle when applying AI. We're talking to users here that haven't had been exposed to an AI in their in this step for judging feasibility in the past. So it was really about understanding their needs and sort of subtly supporting them rather than telling them what to do. Because let's face it, these are experts that have done their job for years and years, so they know how to do their job, which is there to support them. And with this, we can jump into our third case.
And we're talking about here now supporting the production process. So as mentioned before, when you're cold forming a part, you need to define how you shape the input material, which is called the wire, the raw material, into the final part. So you're essentially working backwards from the final fastener and trying to figure out what steps you need to take to arrive at the final result. These steps sometimes are done on different machines, and the most essential part is usually done on one machine, and that's called the pressing. And this pressing step can be done on a 5, on a 4, on a 3-step machine, depending on the hardness of the material, which is determined by the properties of the final part. If you need a stronger part, you need a harder material, and the shape of the part. In production planning, it's very essential for your capacity planning to know what sort of machine you need for a particular part, if this can be done on a 3-step machine or if you need a 5-step machine. So one of the important things that engineering has to do when they're doing the production process design is to figure out how many stages are needed and what kind of tooling do I need to produce the part, on what sort of reforming stages do I need. So helping the engineers here is, of course, something that would be very helpful.
So how did we go about to come up with a solution in this step? First of all, we wanted to really understand this process better. And it was about really identifying which steps in this production planning are the ones where machine learning was expected to have the biggest impact. So we did this with the engineers, where in the end it was the engineer's judgment to focus in on the forming process, as Jan already mentioned, where it's about identifying in particular how many stages do you need for forming the part. Once this focus was given, it was about checking which data was already available, how was the process previously documented. And we'll come to this in the learnings on the next slide. However, data quality is and was a topic there that just had to be tackled. But there was a way in terms of how to look into the data collection process. Once the data was fine, we then went into the stage of really predicting the number of stages and made sure that there was direct user feedback possible for the engineers to really let the AI know what they liked and what they didn't like. And that's not only about the AI, but really about the feature itself. So let's keep in mind that the AI is just embedded into an entire feature. So our major learnings out of this step, the first one was it's super important to invest time in the trustworthiness of data. Everything that you do afterwards, based on machine learning in particular, depends on the data quality that you're putting in. And therefore, you need to make sure that in such a case, at least, you need to have that engineering know-how reflected in the data somehow. This becomes especially tricky if you're looking at data that was collected for a different purpose to begin with, and you're now trying to apply it for a new purpose, which in our case was predicting the number of stages needed. Then it's really crucial to understand, does this data really work for the use case that you're looking at? Or do you have to maybe modify certain elements in the way you are collecting the data? And what it just turned out here is it was super important to explain also to the people involved in the data collection what the data was now intended to use for as well. And this leads me to the second major learning, which is ensuring that you have a strong stakeholder management throughout the entire process, from the creation to the implementation of any digital solution. Focus on the areas where you see or expect the biggest impact in terms of machine learning. See explainability as a core requirement, not something that is nice to have, but something that just has to be there. And also make sure that you get direct user feedback. If you're starting out, this can be done through user testing. If it becomes a feature for many, many users, then obviously think about implementing a separate feature for collecting feedback in your solution as well. And with this, we would conclude the 3 elements that we wanted to dive in on the entire Dream Factory that you, by the way, also see behind us depicted on the wall. But use this opportunity, as mentioned, to zoom out and for a moment also think about the entire solution that was created here. Why? Because everything that is part of this quotation process, from the request that's coming in up until the point where the part is being produced, all this is now part of a single solution, which basically means that you have the perfect chance to collect all the data that you need to ensure transparency. And once you have this data, alongside the metadata that is needed, you can nicely apply process mining. And here you can see a link to the previous talk, also by 506, where it was really about seeing how to apply process mining in a user behavior pattern. And that's similar when I'm talking about the business process again here, because with process mining, what can you do? You can look at the performance of the entire process, but of all the sub-steps as well, virtually at all times. You have the chance to evaluate if the process that you have created really matches the reality, or if it doesn't, which is likely the case, where it deviates. And once you are there, you can also dive in and see where are current shortcomings, where might it be best to dive into deeper. So this is really something that's typically not starting out with machine learning, at least, however, giving you a great chance to make use of data in order to use it for your decision-making and for prioritizing your next steps.
So what are the 3 key takeaways that we derived from this project? Number 1, when we're talking to management, usually AI is seen as the silver bullet, as the magic solution to all of their problems. They just think a lot of times that if I just put enough AI into my solution, it's going to automate everything and everybody will be incredibly efficient. What we learned here is that what is important actually is to have a look at the business needs, really figure out what is going on, and sometimes the solutions that are needed lie 1 or 2 steps before AI. In this case, it was really a lot about standardized data, structured data, making information available, and having information in place that can then be built on later on. The second takeaway was that it's really important to have, if you're applying machine learning or AI in your solution, to also complement this with good user experience. As Johannes mentioned earlier, if you're telling the engineer how to do their job, they will not accept the solution. You have to be subtle in applying it here. You have to make sure it integrates with your solution and it sort of takes it back, it operates behind the scenes and is not too much in the face of the user. It needs to be really one integrated solution. So you have to design also for AI. And the third learning was, as Johannes also mentioned on the parser, on the extraction topic, and also on the third topic, consider the cost-benefit ratio. You can spend a lot of time and a lot of resources and money on a solution that will, in the end, only increase your efficiency in the process by a small amount, simply because it is solving a problem that might be better solved by a human looking at it. So figure out where AI makes sense, consider the cost-benefit ratio, and then determine whether it makes sense, where the right points are to apply AI and machine learning.
And to conclude our presentation for today is coming back to the key takeaways that Jan just outlined. It's really about making sure that the digital solutions that you're developing are trustworthy, because we believe trust is the basis for success. However, saying this, it's not that easy to build trustworthy solutions. What we want to share with you at the end is what we also shared at the beginning. We believe that it's 3 essential elements that you need to put together, which are design, data, and AI. Design, really to make sure you have an appealing and intuitive design, using data and AI where it is most efficient, and building this on the reliable foundation of modern and lean code. And with this, we'd just like to conclude and thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Great. Yes, thanks a lot for your presentation and the insights. I found your example, and also when we discussed how you should frame your talk and so on, very interesting, because we always have to keep in mind that in the DACH region, this means in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, we have a very strong industry and manufacturing focus. This means typically a far more complex sales process than, let's say, selling phones or selling candy. And the case you describe really is like a end-to-end analytics of what's going on. So with regard to the time, I think 3 minutes, 3 questions if we are fast.
Really quick.
Okay.
Yeah, let's start with the first one. What you present looks like to be a bespoke approach for a specific problem, or is this applicable as a standard to other clients, respectively industry as well?
I would say, I mean, it was really tailor-made for NetSurf, definitely. But looking at other projects, we at Sclable, we do a number of projects in different industries. I keep coming across similar patterns. Whenever there's an offering process, and a lot of companies have this, obviously, whenever you're selling something, be it transport services, be it bolts or financial services, you have an offering process, and you're dealing with similar question, right? I mean, the question is, do I have a structured offering? Do I have comparability in what I'm doing? Can I compare the current request that I have coming in to something I've previously done to save myself time? So talking about the second step, the comparability, and also in the first step, trying to extract from the information that you're getting, unless you have an online shop where everything is perfectly structured. If you're in a position where you have to accept what your client is sending you as input, it's of course a lot of benefit if you have an automated process of extracting the essential information from this semi-structured request that you're receiving there. So I think this applies to a number of different industries.
Great. Then second question, what other relevant industries besides construction and mechanical engineering do you think will be relevant by your solution in the future?
Well, for the particular solution, since this is tailor-made now for NetSurf, it will remain in the engineering realm. But like I said, it can be applied to any number of different industries. So I think, I mean, anywhere. Also, for example, in logistics, I see a similar pattern where we're talking about transport, rail transport, cargo transport, having products that you're offering, having a request for particular transport, making it fit into pre-made, previously quoted requests, and basing your offering on this then to increase your response speed and the time of processing this.
Excellent. Yeah, maybe we take one final question, because this is also an interesting one. How does the business case for a project like this one looks like? I could imagine this is referring to the fact that you're improving both efficiency, while at the same time, by making the sales process, let's say, better traceable, you also have the potential for upselling and so on. So how does this internally play out when a customer did the business case?
I mean, I think you can do this. You can play this a number of ways. The way it was played at NetSurf was mostly on the FTE savings side. So trying to increase the efficiency, meaning you need fewer people in the offering process. I think you could also do this differently. Like I said earlier, I mean, they have two main business streams. They have their standard parts and they have their complex parts. The standard parts are not really that interesting to engineering and take up a lot of the time. So it's really, I think the business case here is clearly increasing the efficiency of engineering to allow them to spend more time on the high margin complex parts as opposed to the low margin standard parts. So I mean, the business is completely split into these two, and they're investing way too much time on these highly competitive standard parts. And not on what they're actually good at, which is the complex, tailor-made parts that sometimes take years of engineering work to get them right.
Yeah, this is a very good point. Thanks for sharing this, because typically when we talk about applying AI for more efficiency in a company, people think mostly about mundane tasks like administration, emails, and so on. But here you actually shift the time your engineers spend from a low value task to a very high margin value task. So this is actually why it's also driving sales and as such top of the line revenue.
Allow me one last sentence. It's just that one really nice element of the Dream Factory is really that you setting up NetSurf for becoming data driven. So it's something that you have to invest in to get all the data, as I mentioned on the process mining slide, but that's something that will pay off only in the future, especially. So that's sort of extending from what we showed today, a crucial step.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, as usual, if you have any information to share, you can still share it on the private chat in the right-hand side, and we will disseminate it on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Bit2Match. So thanks a lot for joining. Also, thanks for the very professional setup with two people and this gorgeous autofocus camera. And yeah, hope to see you soon physically again.
Same here.
Perfect.
Thank you, Clemens.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So And we're coming to our next speaker. So I'm actually amazingly happy that today we have Vitalii here with us for a number of reasons. If you remember, yesterday quite some speakers were giving an overview how you could use generative networks, for example, to make stock images or to make a style transfer. If you remember the pictures from Michael Katzenberger, where you had the picture of a skyscraper and then you make different derivatives of this skyscraper with generative networks. What Vitalii here will show us today is this is pushing this several steps further by completely generating anchor people or presenters for doing video presentations. Second, we're also very happy that especially in such difficult times that we have a speaker from a startup from the Ukraine joining us. And without further ado, I would like to welcome Vitalii on the stage. Can you hear me, Vitalii?
Yeah. Hey guys, can you hear me well?
Loud and clear. Perfect.
Awesome. Yeah,
thanks a lot for joining.
That's the great news. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's an honor to speak here. So yeah, thanks for the awesome event.
Yeah, we not just have the small companies like Adobe and Accenture, but also the tech giants like Eli. So we're very happy you join us.
Yeah, but we're still a small company. Yeah, but yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, I see you already shared this presentation. So let me put it on exactly. Yeah, the stage is yours. Okay. We will meet each other in the Q&A session in around 20 minutes later. So thank you and talk to you soon.
Cool. Thank you, guys. Okay, so let's start. Today we will talk about how AI revolutionized video content creation for marketing. A couple words about myself. My name is Vitalii. I'm CEO at Eli. I have 10 plus years of experience in product management, marketing, and was product lead in big enterprise companies before I started Eli. We launched in May 2021, and we're still startup, but we're growing. We have more than 5K active users and more than 100 paid customers. And our team is growing as well, so we have 14 people and hiring. So let's think about the modern world right now. So we see that people start to read actually less books, less articles, and nobody reading emails anymore. And we see the global shift in the content consumption as people are moving from written content to the video content. Research from Cisco shows that in the nearest future, 82% of all consumer internet traffic will come from video content to your website. And this is huge. That's why you see such great popularity of services like YouTube, TikTok, because we see this huge shift, So when we were starting the Eli, we conducted more than 100 customer development interviews with representatives from corporate and SMB sector, with content creators, educators, and saw that all of them, they need video content. They need video content for learning and development, education, marketing, explainer videos, knowledge-based videos. But to create such video content, it's actually quite expensive and complicated process. So let's take even 1 minute video, for example. Usually to create 1 minute video, it might take you up to 3 hours because you need to set up the stage, you need to put camera, you need to rent a studio, you need to have filming crew. Also, just to edit 1 minute video, it might take you up to 5 hours. And the cost of 1 minute video might take you up to 2,000. In addition, usually if you want to do the professional video, you need the whole crew, or you need to have the team of constructors basically who will do that for you. And as I said, it's quite costly and takes a lot of time. So we started to think about how to do automation to that process and how you're able to create video content with basically real humans, professional video content, much more cheaper and faster. And currently, with the help of AI, with the help of advanced AI algorithms, we're able to generate 1 minute video and with less than 10 minutes and the cost of around $2. So it's like 1,000 times less in comparison to traditional video creation approach. When we talk about like the generating the basically video from the text, we need to divide it to two pieces basically. First one would be text to speech, or text to audio. This is not that complicated problem, and there are a lot of solutions in the market which basically transform the text to audio in multiple languages. But the hard part would be to transform audio to video, because first you need to generate the video, the image or the avatar, and then you need to synchronize it with the audio file. And here I will show you just a small example of some of our experiments that we took several months ago, just to show you some of the approaches.
Have you ever thought about building your own online course and letting your years of experience as a medical professional empower and inspire those who are learning today? Even if the answer is yes, where do you start?
Yeah, so here you saw this lady. This is one of our avatars in some of our crazy outfits. So basically, this is just 3 videos that were generated with different approaches. So on the left, you probably saw that the quality of video and the quality of avatar was not that good, but synchronization actually was pretty good. The middle lady, she actually, the synchronization was super bad, but the quality of face was pretty good. And on the right side, you saw that, again, synchronization was bad and the quality was average. So this is just an example that to generate actual video where this human avatar is speaking, this is the deep tech problem, and this takes a lot of research, and it's constant basically process. And when we're talking about generation, there are several approaches. First one would be lip sync 3D, basically generating the whole face using 3D technology, the whole face or just the part of the face. It might be just the mouth. And this is actually a pretty good approach, and it won't take a lot of training data to do that. And yeah, so this is actually pretty good approach to work with. Second approach is StyleGAN 2. This approach allows you to generate image right away, and then you need to figure out how to make the sequence of these images and to make the video from it. I would say that this approach requires much more training data. And the third one is NERF. This is quite new approach from NVIDIA. Basically, it's again, it generates the image, but with better quality and much faster. And as you can see, sometimes you get the good results, sometimes you get the bad results. So as I said, this is a new technology, and it's all about the research, and it's in constant development. So yeah. And when we're talking about like the creating avatars, so all of our avatars, or we can create one specifically for you, all of them are real people that basically were filmed on the studio. And when we're creating the digital avatar, we require 5 to 10 minutes of video footage. Also, video should be recorded with some audio. And the main thing is just to have the good quality camera, good quality lighting in the background, and also it requires to follow the script. So the person can speak anything he or she wants, but you need to make the pauses, and you need to say some sentences with basically different type of sentences. I would put it like that. So for example, my name is Vitalii. You make a pause. Then my name is Vitalii. I'm from Ukraine. So, and we have certain script. So it's no more than 10 minutes of video footage that then we will take and create this personal custom avatar. And then you can reuse it and in your videos, basically. And this is basically the result. So on this slide, you can see some of the videos that were generated with our service. Obviously, these particular are just GIFs, and we are able to generate professional-looking videos with music on the background, with custom voice on the background, with animations and transitions. And when we were developing our solution, we were thinking about how to make it super easy for the user. So we came up with this scheme where on the first step, you are able to choose the basically presenter from the library. And on the second step, you need to add the speech text, or the speech that this avatar will speak, basically. Also some visuals, some slides, or choose the visuals from the templates. We support 69 languages, so say goodbye to any localization problems you had. And you can basically create videos on multiple languages. And the third step, just to click generate and receive video to your email. And let's now talk about the cases and basically some of the application areas you can use via such videos. So let me.
With a reputation for knowledge, integrity, and forward thinking, Heli Billig has been providing professional property services since 1991. You can keep up to date with our industry-leading market reports. Be a step ahead of the competition with our helpful guidelines for residential sales and lettings. We provide UNEX services, corporate and relocation services, professional valuations, property management, refurbishment, and interior services. Visit one of our offices with opening hours from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. to discuss your property requirements with one of our informed and friendly professionals. Please don't hesitate to contact your local office to discuss your property requirements. Information and communication are vital strengths in these unprecedented times. Our experts provide up-to-date market insight and analysis across all property markets via our resource hub.
Okay, so a couple words about the video that you saw. So probably you saw the avatar, right, on the video in the different looks with the different shapes. So it was human shape, and also in the circle was a different background. Also, you saw videos, you saw transitions, animations, and also some graphic elements. So all of these pieces are important. And let me tell you why. Because our goal is to make it the process of generating videos from the text is just like seamless. That's why for now, what we have in our builder. So in case you need to create marketing video for you, you don't need to look for any like the video clips, stock video clips by yourself. We allow you to look it in our system. You just need to, for example, like on the screen, you can see the business. You can just type the business and find the stock free video. You can add it to your slide, then zoom it. You can trim it if you want, then click to save. And now you have the complete scene. Then you just add some elements to the scene, and then you can go to another scene. So it's like the Google Slides, but with videos and with avatars. And why it's important, I will tell you a little bit more. But the goal is to make the process seamless. So all the components to create the professional videos should be present in the solution if you want to make it like professional looking. And now let's talk about the e-commerce videos. Let me run it as well.
Get ready to hit the road in the responsive cushioning and secure fit of the Nike Air Zoom Structure 24. A Zoom Air unit in the forefoot offers responsive cushioning. Every step helps create energy return to help drive you forward. It combines with a foam midsole for a firm, yet smooth and stable feeling as your foot hits the ground. The durable rubber sole is built for mileage. Grooves in the forefoot to create flexibility, and vertical grooves down the side help create stability. We tested hundreds of runners to design the crash pad under your heel that creates a cushioned, smooth transition from heel to toe. Those insights also created an airy upper with breathability right where you need it. Data from hundreds of runners helped inform the crash pad placement at the heel. It helps provide extra cushioning for heel-to-toe transitions, supporting runners that tend to overpronate. Grooves in the forefoot to create flexibility, and vertical grooves down the side help create stability. Mesh is engineered for durability. Laces cinch down for a secure feel. Cushy tongue provides helps pad the laces. Mold heel securely hugs your foot.
Cool. Okay, so let's talk about e-commerce a little bit. So think about the average e-commerce store. E-commerce store has like thousands of products, right? But not all of these products has this small product explanation video clips. And it's usually like just small amount of the items has these videos inside, because again, it's quite costly and complicated to create these videos. What if I can say that you are able to generate this type of videos basically based on the product description? And that's something that we are currently working on. So the e-commerce owners can generate videos basically from the description of their items. And in this case, it's scalable solution, and you are able to generate hundreds, thousands of videos basically in hours. And in that case, create so much more video content, and then use it for your marketing and use it for your users' engagement activities. So that's awesome application of this technology. Okay, let's go to another application.
Hi, I am one of the first AI cartoon characters. I would be glad to be your #1 helper in AI video creation and help you voice any videos you like. If you want this to happen too, please contact the AI team. I am looking forward to being in your videos.
Cool. Okay, let's talk about this application. So this is just an experiment, and I understand that this boy might look a little bit creepy. So basically what we're able to do, we are able to take the cartoon mascot, or if your company has like the cartoon mascot, right, like the raccoon or any other mascot, we're able to take the image of that and transform it in the digital avatar basically, and make it speak. In this case, you can use it for marketing again, and can use it in a bunch of different videos and make it alive basically. This particular technology is still under development, so it's not perfect, but I'm just showing how you can use this technology and generate videos with cartoon and human avatars from just text basically. Another application is localization. So let me run it as well.
Hello there. Let's generate synthetic videos together.
Hola, generemos vídeos sintéticos juntos.
Hallo, lassen Sie uns gemeinsam synthetische Videos erstellen.
Okay, so here you can see basically the video with Zara, our avatar, speaking 3 different languages. So the same video background, the same representation, the same person, but 3 different languages. And that's how you can actually approach different new markets. That's how you can make your CEO speak in multiple languages and deliver message to different offices. That's how you can use this technology. And as I said, we support 69 languages. So now you can go enter multiple markets and produce video content like in very kind of frequent way, I would put it like that. Another application in social media. So let me run this clip as well.
Hi, my name is Zara, and I will guide you through the latest news that happened in the world today. A leak site says it has received a cache of information, including about donors to the Ottawa Truckers' Freedom Convoy protest, after fundraising site GiveSendGo was targeted by hackers overnight. On Monday, GiveSendGo's website said it was under maintenance.
Okay, so I won't go through the whole video. So basically, but just for you to get the glimpse of it. So this is something that we try to do, and we were releasing daily synthetic news, basically generated with the help of our service. And that's something, again, you can do. You can apply for your company. You can create the business news and basically engage your employees, or you can create it as a marketing channel and share it in TikTok, YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, and create this daily news, daily company updates if you want. And that's how you can engage your audience, again, with a super small budget and at scale, basically multiple languages. So that's really cool application of the technology as well. And now what really cool really cool applications that currently we're working, and hopefully in 1 month or so we will have MVP of this, is generating videos basically based only on a link to the article. So we trying to remove the manual interaction. So with this approach, you don't need to actually type the text in our builder, right? All you need to do, you need just to paste the link, and you will get the preview of the video, basically, where our technology will grab the titles, will shorten the content of the article, will pick the things that is necessary there, and also will understand the meaning of the article, will put the visuals and some of the graphic elements basically based on the content of that article. So you will just need to click generate and you will receive this awesome video. And this is like game changer for the industry. So in that case, you are able to generate the video content just at scale with basically no time and no human interaction. And this technology will develop, and that's how you can boost your YouTube channel if you're a small business, or that's how you can create thousands of explanation videos if you're a corporate sector. You just engage with your customers who are looking to the answers in your knowledge base section of your website, something like that. So this is super powerful technology here, and we will see it's more and more coming in upcoming years. And let's talk about the market. So market, if in 2020, according to the Emerge Research, market was estimated at around 10 billion. So at in 10 years, in 2030, it will be around 527 billion. So you see the huge growth. So we can say that everybody will have their own human avatar, and everybody will create this synthetic videos. And in several years, you won't see any difference. It would be seamless experience. The synthetic videos would be the same as currently Hollywood is producing, basically. Yes, guys, and I think that's it. Thank you. Reach to me in case you have any questions or you want to create your own personal avatar. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm muted. Thank you very much for the talk. This is just absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, thinking this is now 2022, it's not a stretch to assume that by next year or 2024, the latest, some elements of a conference like ours could be done with your technology.
Yeah, so, definitely. That's.
I mean, one question from my side, because in the past we also did lots of work with generative networks. And back then, training the models was always a bottleneck because you needed very large-scale GPU farms, which are quite costly, especially if you use them at one of the big cloud providers. How big is the training effort for the AI on your side, and how do you solve this bottleneck?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Yeah, definitely you need a lot of GPU power. That's why you need to be backed up by the big GPU providers using like grants or using, I would say, trying to different approaches in that case. Because as I said, currently there is no exact answer how to generate this video. And as I mentioned, there is different approaches like the using 3D, lip sync 3D basically approach, or the style guide approach. And all of them, basically, they are vary in terms of the GPU consumption. And in that case, you just need to be smart. You need to train it properly and monitor it. And again, trying the best combination. That's, I would say, like that.
Thank you. So coming to the questions, before we start with these questions, we also received one directly on LinkedIn. So let me show you this one. Yeah, can you see it? It's like nice content. One question: how will you be able to stand out if all the video content will be produced by AI soon and everybody will be using it?
Yes. So basically, I think there would be certain governmental regulations. Even right now, we have a synthetic policy. So we are not allowing to create crazy content, right? So we have moderation, automatic moderation, and human moderation. So we are looking strictly to produce adequate content. Let's say, as I said. But definitely, I think there would be a moderation or maybe some tags that this content is synthetic, basically.
Okay, I think the question was going a little bit in the other direction. So if you now imagine that every company in Europe is using Eli, and you will be very rich, of course, but how do you differentiate? Because one big differentiator at the moment between a small company and, let's say, a company that is putting more money in marketing efforts is that the copywriting is better and that they can actually afford to make video. But in a world where every company can make a video because of your tool, so where will the differentiation happen then?
Okay, I got you. So thanks. Okay, so I would say the differentiator first, the cost. So in case you want to create thousands of videos at scale, the cost of the solution would be more expensive than in case you need 15 minutes for per month. Also, some of the corporate features and some of the personalization features where you are able to generate videos like the same videos, but using API, change the name. So you will something like you generate video like, hey John, my name is Vitalii. Hey Mark, my name is Vitalii. And basically some of the kind of corporate only available features, I would put like that.
Thank you. Then coming now to the questions we received on Slido. The first one is from Marcus. He's asking, can you do product avatars as well? We have a lot of product variants and that would help us to reduce sample costs.
What do you mean by product avatars? So like the, I don't know, like TV avatar, something like that, or what?
Yeah, I'm also not 100% sure, or something like Clippy in Microsoft Office.
I don't know, but I mean, write me an email describing the case, and we'll try to figure out. As I said, you saw our case with cartoon avatar, so we can make the product speak as well.
Mm-hmm. Great. Then the next question is from Marcus. Marcus is the CEO of a company doing, let's say, predictive maintenance in companies. And he's asking, can I integrate an avatar into a custom-made video? E.g., I walk through a factory and we integrate an avatar which does certain things like checking something or so on.
So you can integrate, we have APIs, so you can integrate it with that. Or you can render the video basically with a green screen in our system and then use the different software and incorporate it in a different video. So that's something you can, how you can use it. When we're talking about like a chatbot, that's something that we can do as well. It's in our roadmap, but we can discuss your case, basically more specific, and figure out how we can do that. So because this technology is applicable for a bunch of cases, we just need to understand what's your specific and then discuss it. Great. Then the third one, yes, with the third one, I totally agree. We can keep this in mind for one of our next events. Where to continue? How will your pricing model look like? I think this is an important one because judging from the questions you receive, lots of people are willing to open their wallet and try out your solution. So how do you plan to price this? Yeah, so we already have working solution. We have 5 minutes for free, so you can go ahead, log in, sign up for free, and try to generate your first video. We have basically SaaS service. So you have basic plan for 15 minutes, $29. And also you have advanced plan for more minutes and corporate plan, custom plan in case you need like 100 minutes per month or more of generated videos. Also, we have a custom avatar. It's called $500. It's annual payment. You pay it once and you use it forever, basically. And the cool thing about custom avatars that once you get it, so you will get all of the updates, and we're improving technology year by year. So it's you will have it basically forever, and it will be improved each year, kind of. Great. Then let me directly, as a follow-up, take the last question. The avatar looks a bit stiff, or is that just my internet speed? And since you mentioned the improvements, I would like to paraphrase this a little bit. On your product roadmap, what are like the next things? Is it like lip synchronization? Is it that you have better mimic and gesturing, or that the voice comes over more natural? So what is, like, from a pure product perspective, just looking at the avatar, what do you see in the next 12 or
12 months or 24 months?
Okay, yeah. So regarding the quality of avatars, I think right now we support HD quality. So maybe when during the presentation there was some disruption and maybe the internet connection. Regarding the lip sync, so we have dedicated team of top ML experts that work specifically on this technology. This is super complicated technology, and we are maybe one of the 10 companies in the world right now who are working specifically with this technology. So yeah, this is a huge priority for us, and that's something that we have prioritized in our backlog. In parallel, we're working on the product features, and the product features, something that I just mentioned to you, like generate videos directly from the link to the article, or some advanced features for the video creation. And we're releasing them like almost every week. We're doing the updates. So regarding the gestures, that's something we have in our avatar, because right now avatars are not moving. So, and our next step is to add gestures. And we already, when we're filming avatars, we're filming them with the gestures. So then once we'll be ready to add this emotion piece, we will add it, and we'll have basically the data to use for this.
That's cool. Are you actually training? Are you using YouTube data, for example, for training the avatars?
So basically, it depends on the approach. So currently, our approach is to use the data from our filmed avatars. Before we tried to train data, we basically tried to train and use the different types of data and different quality of data. So this is, again, this is a deep tech, and you're testing.
Oh, wait, the connection seems to. Okay, now you're back.
Can you hear me?
Connection, yeah, the connection just had a short timeout, but now it works again.
Cool. Do you want me to repeat, or could you hear it?
Yeah, yeah. Please repeat once more, just for the gesture part.
Yeah. So for the gestures, basically, we have filmed the gestures with our avatars, but we are not ready to release them because the technology needs some improvements. Because you need the software to basically differentiate when you type like the sad text. So the avatars will be sad looking and showing like a sad gestures. And for example, if you will add like the funny kind of text, the avatar should smile, and should interact in a different way. So these things, something that we still need to work on. But once we will be there, we just release these features because we already have the data that we filmed.
Great. Thanks a lot for the explanation. And yeah, with regard to time, unfortunately, we have to close the session now. To the audience, if you have any more questions you would like to address to Vitalii, you can always write directly on LinkedIn, because or on YouTube, and he will take the questions from there. You just need to tag him under the conference video. Yeah, to you, Vitalii, all the best. Thanks for joining, and yeah, we should really do a collaboration for one of the next events. That would be incredibly funny to have an anchor person for a couple of hours.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, because we always talk about people losing the job. Now we're talking about I lose my job.
To speak here.
Yeah, thank you, and have a nice day.
No, I don't think so. Cool. Yeah, you too. Cheers.
Great. So now for, let's say, our last keynote session of today, we have a program point that is called Window to the World. It's hosted and organized by our co-organizer by ADVANTAGE Austria, which is part of the Austrian Economic Chamber. And the way this format looks like is you have one trade delegate. In this regard, in that case, it's Josef Treml, who is sitting in Ireland. It is the trade delegate for Ireland, sitting in Dublin. And he will talk with an Austrian startup, in that case with a very late stage startup. It's already at Series B, Anyline, about internationalization and how to enter new markets. So with me on the stage, I welcome Josef. Hi, Josef. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Tech check. Quick check mark. And second, Michael Organ from Anyline.
Hi guys, how's it going?
Hi.
Hey.
Everything well.
Michael, you won me on the hair, I have to say. Looking at the picture,
it's a bit long at the moment, yeah. It's a bit long.
It's pre-COVID. Yeah, without further ado, do you plan to show any slides? Or is this
no, I don't have any slides, no.
Excellent, then it's even easier. So I will remove myself from the stage and see you in the Q&A session later. So the stage is yours and see you.
Thanks, Clemens.
Perfect, thank you, Clemens. Yeah, hello everybody. Greetings from Dublin, greetings from the Silicon Ducks. As Clemens mentioned, we are one of 70 offices around the globe. We are based here in Dublin, and one of our, beside the classic trade promotion, where we help Austrian companies looking or finding local clients, what we're doing in Dublin and where we have a strong focus is our innovation learning journey tasks, where we really look into the market, what kind of innovation is in the market, and we present this also to Austrian companies. Interesting, or specifically interesting, I mentioned the Silicon Ducks, is everything around all social media companies. I hear for a lot of American companies that come to the US, Dublin is the place to go. Not so much, it's the language, it's the culture. And if you are in IT and your board of directors tells you go to Europe, you don't have to argue when you chose Dublin because everybody else is here. And of course, more and more, there's a lot of spin-outs or people that worked in these big tech companies that would found their own companies that feeds into the local, into this local ecosystem of Irish, of these so-called Silicon Ducks. But now we go completely the other way. There is an Irishman who went from Ireland, from Cork to Vienna to work in Vienna for an Austrian startup. And there I'm asking, Michael, how did you end up in Vienna?
Thanks, Josef. I ended up in Vienna. It's almost 10 years ago to the day. So 3 more weeks, I'll be living in Austria for 10 years. I moved to Austria straight after university. I had an Austrian girlfriend at the time, and that's just what we were doing. We came to Austria for the summer, ended up staying. I ended up staying even longer and started working at a startup, I think 7 years ago, it's now called Elgo. It was called Vplay at the time. I worked there for 2 years in growth hacking and content marketing. I then moved to Anyline 5 years ago in a content manager position, eventually moved into sales management, business unit management. I was the VP of data for a short time, and currently a senior account executive with the company still. So still working on bringing in new revenue and winning new customers.
Very good. Could you explain a little bit about Anyline so our audience would learn more about like Anyline and your solutions?
Yeah. So at Anyline, we're focused on providing mobile data capture solutions at an enterprise grade level. So really in the B2B space only. We've been doing this now for, it's almost 10 years also. And really how it started was with our OCR technology. So the team, the founders had a really great handle on OCR technology from their previous business as an app development agency. They decided to focus in on this, that this is what they were going to focus on, specialize on. And they built the business out from here, initially with a focus on scanning electricity meters. So scanning your home meter, whether you're doing it yourself or a technician is coming to do it. They wanted to make it so that it could all be done with a smartphone rather than pen and paper. And we've expanded out from there, capitalizing on that core technology to develop solutions for capturing information from ID cards. So we have a universal ID reader which scans driving licenses, national ID cards from all over the world. We also have facial authentication solutions, NFC capture for smartphones. We have fantastic barcode scanning capabilities. So that's our game. That's everything we're focused on. If it's to do, yes.
Sorry for interrupting you. This would be when you basically try to pay online and they say, okay, we read your card and you put your card on this would be your solution.
Exactly. That's a perfect application for what we're doing. A large partner we have in this space is actually from different governments. So we work with the Austrian police. We provide all of the police with a solution that can capture your passport, your national ID, driver's license, also license plate of your car, VIN number of your car, information from your tires, really anywhere there's text that a smartphone camera could read. We can read it or we're trying to read it.
Oh, okay. Also for toll highways, for example, that you would read out the plates
not so much. So this is those guys have that cornered off for a very long time. ANPR solutions where you have this thing by the side of the road that the camera that captures the cards. We're really focused on the mobile device first.
Okay.
So that's our focus.
Very interesting. And also the meter reading, does this still go on? Does this still sell?
It does. So the meter reading is it's a very interesting one. The team got interested because across the EU since 2014, I believe, we've had the smart meter rollout initiative, which initially was planned to bring smart meters to all of our homes by 2022. We've assisted here in Austria, in Germany, in the UK with these smart meter rollouts in the past. Obviously in Europe now, a lot of this is completed, but where we're now seeing opportunities and something that we didn't even have knowledge of in the team 5 years ago is that all over the developing world, you of course still have people doing manual meter readings. And in certain cases, in particular countries, there's a lot of fraud that's associated with this practice. So you have meter readers who turn up, they look at the meter and go, oh, you're going to have a big bill unless, I get such and such in my back pocket and I go on my way again. So we're now helping out with these use cases in really a lot of different places. India is one of the big places we're doing this. South Africa we've done. We're currently looking into a few more closer to home also. So there still is a big demand internationally for this type of solution. A different application, but the same.
I remember I worked in Mexico a couple of years, and there was a big issue on meter readings, and it was also like the combination of reading plus tracking if the person really went there to really take the picture at this concrete. So you really could basically offer all the solution out of one hand.
Yeah, we actually had to provide a bespoke solution for one customer where they had this problem also. Is the person actually even going to read the meter? So we created a computer vision solution which could verify yes or no. Is that a real meter in front, or is this like an A4 printout of a meter that these guys are using? It's a huge issue internationally. It's something that we're continuing to focus on.
Interesting. And when we talked before, you said basically your bread and butter markets were the DACH region, German-speaking areas. What challenges did you find going out of DACH? How did you overcome these challenges?
Yeah, so when I joined the company 5 years ago, it was almost exclusively DACH. We had a couple of customers dotted around Europe besides this, but nowadays we're from the USA to Australia. We've gotten as far as we can, I think. The challenges, Josef, what it always is that you have to build up at least a basic amount of local knowledge about, how does the industry work there? How do people work there? Like this challenge I mentioned with the meter readers, we would of course never have this in Europe, but in other parts of the world, that's completely commonplace. So that's always the initial stage is fact finding. Is you pick a market, whether it's the USA or Australia, like I mentioned, you need to do your homework and really know what you're going into, rather than expecting that you're going to arrive over there and, everyone will rejoice to see you coming with your solution that, oh, wow, the Anyline guys are here. you need to know the specific challenges to specific markets. And then from here, it's about, I would really say, weighing the opportunity cost of which market do you want to go into. Australia is a far simpler market to go into than the USA because there's 6-7 territories in Australia. In the US, you have 50. And each, I think we all are aware that each state in America has its own laws, its own bylaws and regulations. You need to have an awareness of this.
What could be interesting for audience as well is, how do you do, I mean, with COVID, a lot of these sales went online, of course. But you still travel to see potential customers?
Yes, we do. So I think hybrid selling is the best way to describe what we've been doing.
Okay. So initial contact first through internet, and then you...
Absolutely. So I would say 99% of our opportunities begin online with someone reaching out to us through our website, or us reaching out through LinkedIn or email or a conference like this even. And typically we will begin a process online. We of course have made sure that our product is, capable of being demoed without one of us being present. Anyone can pick it up anytime, try it out. That goes for everyone around the world, so we have no issues here. But as discussions get advanced, if there is the need for, if we're going into a new territory where there's a new challenge, getting feet on the ground in a new territory is crucial. So
I read
90% digital, 10% on the ground, but still always hybrid.
Okay. I read that basically in even B2B sales, people really, as the new generation is basically moving up, and classically my parents would have gone to a store and they would have explained them everything about, I don't know, washing machine. It's like from the start. But the new generation, and I call myself new generation if I'm 77, but I would research the things out of the internet, and I would go to a shop and would already know what I know, and then I would ask some very specific questions. And I guess that's the same happening with your customers. So you won't get very basic questions, but already very, very detailed questions, because most of the information is already on your website.
Exactly. So there's a huge amount of info on the website. And as you said, there is this generational difference where maybe in previous generations, they're very happy to go and speak to someone who's like me, who's an account executive, a salesperson, and ask every question that comes into their head. Whereas nowadays, people want to do their own investigation. They don't want to speak to someone like me blind, and I'm just the one telling them everything. And that's a big part of our marketing process, is making sure people can find out for themselves. And as you said, Josef, when people come to us, they typically don't have these beginner questions. They often have very, very insightful questions that can be a challenge for us sometimes. And that's fantastic too, because, when the customer challenges you, you can find new opportunities.
Of course. Yeah, perfect. And talking about challenges, like what would be like some of the largest challenges, tech challenges around the code and more in the technology sphere that you found going abroad and going internationally?
Yeah. I think the best example I have is to do with our universal ID reader. So I was involved here, not just as in a sales perspective, but in a product perspective. And a part of doing all of our solutions, because we use a CRNN model, we need to collect a lot of training data. So we wanted to make this solution. We'd done our market analysis. We were like, this would be great. But yeah, let's get into it. The challenges that came up, I never would have foreseen. So in the USA, if you think about a driver's license, each state has its own driver's license. Let's take California, for example. But in California, you have the driver's license, and then you have the driver's license with what's called Real ID, which was a kind of half attempt by the US to create a system where all of these cards would be similar or easy to read. Didn't work out so well. But to get started with, you have a normal driver's license, a Real ID driver's license. Then you have a commercial driver's license. You have a learner's permit driver's license. You have a particular license for people who might have certain disabilities. So, okay, we've gone from doing 1 license to doing 5. But we say, okay, but we know what these are. We can get the data. That's not too bad. It will take longer than we expected, but it's not too bad. As time went on and we gathered all of this training data and were reviewing the training data, we started to realize that there were differences even on if you take one of the cards. So your standard California driver's license, the layouts were all slightly different. And we're saying, why are these layouts slightly different? Doesn't make any sense. Through a lot of research, I discovered that, in the US, you get your driver's license from the DMV. It's like this council office everyone goes to. That's just how you do it. These DMVs are all over the place. It's not just one building. Basically, all these DMVs use a different printer to make the driver's license. So there is no standardized practice for making the driver's license, which makes it very, very hard to make a standardized detection model for RCRNNs to say that's a California driver's license.
You don't even have...
This is what I was saying about, you have to have your local knowledge. You have to find these things out.
You don't even have to go so far, because in Austria, you have now the new ones. They are like this size. And then you have this really, I don't know if you saw one of these pink ones.
Yeah, I have one of these. My dad had one of these, so I seen this one too. I just had.
And they're valid.
Ignore
they
this.
Don't expire. So you have some of these around 50 years old.
Yeah, they don't expire. Yeah. So yeah, I've seen these ones. I just said I vetoed that. Like, no, these guys can. They have to stick to the old way if they want to keep the old license.
Perfect. Well, we are between our listeners and the digital lunch we provide. Matthias, Clemens, you have digital Sachertorte today. Or what do you offer the audience today?
I wish we had digital Sachertorte. Now what we had were like deepfakes, virtual avatars, and DALL-E creations with generative networks. So it's good for the waistline and the BMI, but not so much for nutrition. Speaking of, we received 2 questions from the audience. Actually, okay, one is now gone. It's one question. Let me put it on the stage. Yeah, this is a classic. This is addressed to you, Michael, surely because there's written account executives. In terms of sales cycles, how different / similar are EU countries?
So I wouldn't think of it in terms of EU countries. I think there's a much larger difference between the size of organizations, no matter where they are in the world. So a small organization, you'll typically have a quicker sales cycle. Larger organizations where you have a legal team or procurement department, you're going to be into weeks and weeks of reviewing paperwork and making sure everything is exactly how it should be. In terms of comparing between EU countries, I wouldn't give any difference. I couldn't confidently tell you, oh yes, UK is faster than Austria or other way around. But what I would say is that size of organization is a much, much better indicator than geographical location, if that's helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this sort of rings a bell, because if I think back when Uber and Lyft were describing their rollout strategies, they also argued that the country is not so much the differentiator, but the size of the city, like the size of the city and the GDP per capita in the city. And besides this, they're country blind, so to speak.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Great, then that's nice. The second question, for each of you gets one question. The second one is addressed to Joseph. You mentioned that the majority of US tech is based in Ireland. So how many of them come to Austria? I assume this question is referring, are companies doing business in Austria? And in the second stage, which of them even open offices in Austria? Like, how do they pass through Ireland?
Most of the US companies in Dublin, they have very large sales sales offices. So most they have like partly they do research and development, but I would say 80% probably of the big tech in Dublin is doing is very customer focused sales, and they have sales teams here in Ireland for all over Europe. And then it really depends on the structure of the market, because usually the larger clients, they are taken care of by local teams. So the very big German enterprises, usually they have a very specialized team like LinkedIn or Google or whatever in Germany, which they would take care of. So they are closer to the customers. Many of these tech companies still wouldn't come directly to Austria. They would take care of Austria now from Munich, some of them. Google has an office in Vienna. They do a lot of the cloud sales from Vienna. It depends on the company, and it's very market driven in all these cases. And of course, as probably many of you know, LinkedIn has a huge footprint in Graz, and all the LinkedIn learning videos that are not English speaking, they're produced in Graz, the second largest city of Austria, and the home city of Arnold Schwarzenegger. So
yeah,
I would say it really it depends on the clients and on the client structure, if they are not or not.
Yeah, thanks for pointing this out. Maybe one comment from my side. You mentioned that LinkedIn is in Graz. Actually LinkedIn Learning, it used to be Linda, and before that it had a different name. It's really gigantic. I also was there once. It's gorgeous. Then you have Facebook, now Meta. They're also in Graz. The mobile mapping is happening there. Snapchat, means Snap Incorporated, is doing the augmented reality and computer vision stuff here. They bought an Austrian company called Dakri a couple of years ago, and the tech for the Microsoft Flight Simulator is also again coming from Graz.
That's
from Black Shark.
Yeah, Black Shark.
This is Black Shark. Yeah. So the companies are coming to Austria not necessarily through Ireland, but with a direct connection. So
Even
sorry,
better.
Ryan,
Scaling innovation from Austria. Yeah.
Yep. Is there any call to action that the two of you would still like to present to the audience? Because we had people linking to studies, we had promotion codes which might not work for Advantage Austria, but which might work for Anyline. So any famous last words?
Michael, yeah.
Just from my side, if you're interested in Anyline, just go and check out our website. We've actually brand new version of the website up, so go check it out if you're interested. I'm on LinkedIn at Michael Organ. You can find me there. If you have any other additional questions, happy to help.
And for all the Austrians listening in, I'll be in Austria on the Austrian Exporttag in June. Zoom in. You can talk to myself and many of my colleagues from all over the globe, and especially these things what Michael mentioned before. This local know-how gathering in the markets. That's where we are from. That's what we do. So when I lived in Mexico, I would even go with one of these guys who was reading the meters, and I would go with him just to see how it really worked. And this kind of intelligence you have basically free of charge from our offices all around the globe. And at the Exporttag, it's you even on the 27th of June, just come there, talk with us, and looking forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, deal. I will be there. Thanks for pointing this out. Oh, now it's June 28th. Okay.
28th?
The AI is updating it automatically.
It's true. It's the 28th. It's a Tuesday. On Monday is the Exporters Night. We do the pre-party on the 27th. 28th is the big day.
The pre-event. So yeah, thanks a lot for joining. I assume you're still available afterwards to match if people want to directly reach out to you or directly on LinkedIn, especially to Michael. So thanks a lot for joining, and I hope you can enjoy your real Sachertorte, or what do you eat in Ireland? Spare ribs
It's
and
cold
burger.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Great. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Great. So we are almost exactly on time. This brings us to the conclusion of the AAIC22, this time with AI in sales, marketing, and business intelligence. As usual, a couple of pointers where you can rewatch the event and so on. I mean, you saw this in the ticker a couple of times. All the videos are available on YouTube. So at the moment, it's just a complete stream from day number 1 and day number 2. But as we did with all the previous events, and you can see this here in the small previews, we also put online the individual keynotes, because it's a little bit, it's not that comfortable to link to a 5-hour video and tell the people, please tune in at hour 3.39. So there, just subscribe. Everything will be made available there. Next, if you want to get in touch with the organizers, I assume the LinkedIn coordinates you already know, because most of you already liked and shared content on LinkedIn. If there are any questions, just reach out to us. As far as the next events are concerned, on Monday, so actually in just 5 days, we have a next event. This is a more specialized focus. We host this together with Accenture. It's part of the Vienna Up Festival and the FinTech Week of Vienna, with a focus on FinTech. It's an event that will be around 3.5 hours with lots of international speakers. This is also the reason why we have to make it in the evening, like starting from 4:30, because there are many people from the United States joining us. And last but not least, there's also one on health, like AI applications in health, medtech, biotech, and so on. This one will take place as a hybrid event. This will be mostly organized by, let's say, our sub-branch AI Austria. So here we go. This is the 5th time I mentioned Graz in the last 5 minutes. And this one will take place on September 8th. So did I forget anything? No, that's it. So thanks a lot for joining. In terms of views, this was by far the most successful event we had so far. So I look forward to meet you at one of our next events again. If you have any suggestions for speakers or topics, or if you want to get in touch with any of the speakers, just reach out to us. With us, I mean the co-organizers AI Austria and ADVANTAGE Austria. And without further ado, enjoy your lunch and see you next time.